everybody, and welcome to the return to Splatterhouse. Yeah, it's been 2 years since we did a Splatterhouse stream, and we decided to come back, take a fresh look at it. We've got some new faces in here, and, well, first of all, with me, as usual, I can't say as always anymore, but as usual, is Mike.
I broke that combo a month or two back, and I'm sure you've been mad at me ever since, but it is what it is.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Oh, well. But yeah, I'm that familiar face who's all melty and has that giant mouth and whatnot. So.
Hell Chaos. Anyone calls him Captain Mozzarella, get out!
Yep, you'll probably be banned for it. There are reasons for that, just so you know.
And also coming back from some of our earlier streams is Fatal.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? I am with Shadow Moses Collective, and my introduction to this whole thing was I did a review of the original Splatterhouse trilogy, and that's how I came across, meeting Dire, and we became good friends. And yeah, currently, what is going on? We're doing a lot of restructuring on the channel. We're bringing back horror games. We're doing scripted, long-form comedy-style reviews. And I finally discovered that shorts are a thing, which is weird. I don't know why the hell. It's scary that you could work on something for a month and it gets like 20 views. But a short where you cut over a scene from Casino with the ending of Metal Gear Solid and it gets 2,000 views in a day, it's very scary to me.
That is. I can see that.
But thank you for having me on. It's good to see everybody today.
Yeah, thanks for coming back, man. And yeah, that is how it went down between us there. So, and I also see that Mo and Sharon are here. But before we get into saying hi to everybody in the chat, I want to introduce a special guest. All the way from Brazil is Rodrigo, who you may know as the person behind the Untold History of Splatterhouse video. Rodrigo.
Hey everybody, that's me. I'm Rodrigo from Brazil. I did the Unknown History of Splatterhouse documentary that came out this year. I wanted to say something real funny and say the most obscure, irrelevant thing in the documentary and say I was the one who brought it to public, but I couldn't think of the joke in time, so I ruined it.
Oh, well.
Basically, I have known Splatterhouse ever since Splatterhouse 3 came out for the Genesis. It's a funny story. I think I only told that to Motsuma when I first got hold of him, because the first time I played Splatterhouse 3, I was like around 9 years old. My brother's 5 years older, and we were at a rental store. And we were like, remember that messed up game we see all the time in magazines? And it was Splatterhouse 3. They have that here. Let's try it out. But the problem was, even if the game is in English, we knew nothing of English as kids. So we didn't know what we had to do. We didn't know you had the pause menu to bring up the map. And so we kept, going back and forth in the first level until we saw the first Jennifer cutscene. And we were like, something happened. We were going somewhere. And at the same time, we're like, I don't know if I like where this is going. So we swapped the cartridge for something else and played that until our time ran out because we were a little scared.
Yeah, you've never told that story to me before. But it's good.
Well, one, welcome, Rod. Great to have you on here, sir. And two, that reminds me a little bit of the first time I played Splatterhouse 3 also, actually.
You wussed out, didn't you, Mike?
What's that?
You wussed out, didn't you, Mike?
I also did. I mean, I got it home. I bought... Funny thing is, I actually first found it being demoed in like 2000, 7 or 8 years after, or somewhere around there, the early 2000s. It was being demoed on a Sega Genesis at my local Funko Land, a chain that I miss very dearly. They had some great shit in the one spot that we had them at. But I managed to find both Splatterhouse 2 and 3 there. But since 3 was the one that I had found there, I decided to, and I found it complete in box as well. Or I found it with the box. I forget if it had the manual. But yeah, I put it in my Genesis, and I had a pretty good time getting past the first level. It was... I wasn't used to the controls yet, but I just kind of plunged through it anyway. And then the second level came on, and I didn't exactly know where I was going. And then I got to the first image of mutant Jennifer with her blank eyes and her bulging head. And I didn't even get to the beast part, the actual full-blown roaring at you fangs jump scare head. I was just like, okay, I think I am going to quit for the night. Thank you very much. Yeah. Hey, fuck, can you blame me though? And hey, we have a good audience here right now.
Yeah, so let's say hi to everybody in chat. Mo's in, and Sharon's here, and Prime just showed up.
Hey, what up? And
special shout out to Prime because we are using his sprites to represent us.
Yes,
100%.
yes, indeed, and they are certainly fan-frickin-tastic, as I would
totally
expect them to
crushed
be.
it with the sprites. Yeah.
Let me. I'm not going to say anything specific, Prime, but I will say you did show me a little sneak preview of what's coming soon, and yeah, this is going to be some good stuff.
Well, hello there.
Okay, well, you heard it here first. CPS2 Splatterhouse remake coming next year.
No.
Oh God, I freaking wish.
Nope. No,
I mean,
just something.
I know. I'm just joshing. I'm just joshing before
Okay.
someone thinks I'm serious.
No, this is something Prime's working on for his Halloween site update.
Oh, nice.
So you guys are gonna like it a lot.
All right.
I know I will. Sounds good.
So I hope you're cool with that, Prime. But yeah, so yes, we are now inside the Splatterhouse. Last time we were outside and lightning was flashing.
But we were better with the lighting, don't you think?
Yeah, you got that right, Prime. And well, let's see here. Looks like we have Mr. Random Encounter is here. And yeah, that would be Scroll Boss in the comments who did those sprites. So you can always visit his website.
In fact, let me see if I can even link it for your perusal.
Yeah, you should be able to.
There you go. And welcome, Random. Yeah, definitely check that out after a stream, maybe even during it. I don't know. You can listen while perusing all of his awesome sprites, but yeah, up to you.
Yeah, and he's got it's not just Splatterhouse there. There's a ton of good stuff. You like Castlevania. You like obscure favorites like Run Saber. You like comic book stuff, 80s toys, just and of course plenty of horror stuff. Prime has done some badass Ash Williams sprites in the past. So, but yeah, as far as the background, I just yanked that from the arcade game.
Yep. He hasn't redrawn the corpse in CPS2 style, though that would be pretty funny, honestly.
Love to
That's
see
what I
that.
call the shaved weasel section.
Yeah, fair.
So, yeah, that's a good question, Prime. Did you do that Ash sprite for Mugen? I think I'm pronouncing it right. Let's find out. I don't know about you guys, but I'm on the edge of my seat here because I've seen some of the sprite work in Mugen, and some of it's really damn good.
Yeah, some of it can be pretty crazy, and then you have Omega Tom Hanks on the other side of things. Jesus.
Oh my God! Could you imagine Tom Hanks playing Rick?
Kind of amazing in a weird way.
Maybe around the time he was
I don't know what's
big,
going on in this house.
Who would be the voice of the mask then? We get Jim Cummings back?
That'd be pretty great.
Yeah.
Wasn't Jim Cummings goofy?
Yeah, I think he was.
No, he was Pete. He is Pete, actually.
Pete and Darkwing Duck and Winnie the Pooh and Tigger and
So Bill Farmer was goofy.
Yeah, Sam. from St. Max Hit the Road.
Hell, you can just imagine though, like Goofy just being like, "Gosh, we gotta go chop some heads off."
Don't give those people who make like copyright-free bullshit Disney horror unofficial movies any ideas. That crap that they did or whatever. I don't know.
I am so down to voice a Rodney Dangerfield mask. Hey, Rick, you're supposed to know better. You don't go into the house without spilling a little blood.
Valid. Yeah, I'm definitely up for that.
I just know when
the last time I saw blood like this all over the house is when my wife was with Giorgio.
I just remember the first time I played Splatterhouse 2010, and the mask called Rick and Pussy, and it's like, did Tigger just say that? That's great.
Apparently, Cummings is kind of warming up to the role, I think.
Yeah.
And I totally don't want to derail, but I absolutely can understand that sentiment because it's like I never grew up watching Robin Williams comedy. I only grew up watching Robin Williams do movies, so it's kind of like when I first saw him do 1 Hour Photo, or even or Insomnia is a better example that I could give you. When he's like, do you know what it's like waking up every fucking night not knowing what you're going to be doing next? And then I'm just like, Mrs. Doubtfire said the F word?
I appreciate that sort of diversity, and it makes me wish that I was anywhere near as talented to be great at comedy and drama like that.
Yeah.
That was
Speaking of diversity and talent, Tim Curry.
Yeah.
True. Notes.
Picture
that guy doesn't suck.
Picture the mask saying something about how he's a what was that from Rocky Horror Picture Show? He's a sweet transvestite from transsexual Transylvania.
Oh wow! I'm not sure how well that holds up, but nah, I'm not even going to weigh on that. It was the '70s. It did what the fuck it wanted. It's been so long since I've seen Rocky Horror.
It was the goddamn Rocky Horror Picture Show. I mean, come on.
I watched that a lot more than I probably should have as a kid. I don't know how much that explains my current behavior, but yeah.
How many people did you kill? 1 + 2 + 2 + 1. You're right. That'll be 1 + 2 + 2 + 1. Not 1 + 2 + 1 + 1.
Oh boy. I haven't seen that movie in a while, but Betty's a big fan.
Oh, I love Clue. It's one of my all-time favorites.
It's been ages.
That's one I haven't seen in ages. Yeah.
I'm going to be revisiting Clue pretty soon, too, because one of the projects that I'm working on right now is reviews of Night Trap, both the original and the 25th anniversary edition. It's been so long since I put the original out, in between doing the 25th anniversary edition, that I might as well just redo the first one again and keep it current instead of like, I reviewed this about 1.5 years ago, but I was going through crippling depression and I couldn't do the voiceovers for the script. But point being is one of the notions that I'm going to be going under in the 25th anniversary edition was Night Trap hamstrung by the Sega CD's limitation, or are FMV games just that bad? And one of the examples that I'm going to use is that Clue. If Sega had gone ahead and made a Clue game using stuff from the movie, and depending on what you did, it would actually influence the outcome of the game, I think it would have been amazing. But the counter argument is that the reason why Night Trap falls on its ass is because if they did that concept, it would be like every single time, no matter what you played, no matter what you did, it would always be Mrs. Peacock at the end. There's just no variety. It's always the same path. So for having control over a choose-your-own-adventure narrative, but then it's still being the same ending, this is why FMV is like, to me.
Yeah. I remember playing enough of those games back then.
Fatal, did you just say that Night Trap fell on its face? Because I was sure senators from the time said it was one of the most horrific video games ever created.
I'm sorry.
I remember that VCR Clue game too, Sharon. I'll give you an interesting little tidbit because sadly I had to do a lot of research into the history of Night Trap, and I know way too much. I'm like Charlie in Sunny in Philly with the fucking conspiracy papers on the wall.
Pepe Sylvia.
About the history and the development of this whole thing, and we'll go over it. But an interesting tidbit that I'll give you, because Rodrigo mentioned about the senator hearing and all that, Howard Howard from Nintendo was like, oh, a game like this will never be on a Sega console. Well, interesting fact is that originally when Nintendo and Sony were teaming up to do the Nintendo PlayStation, they were looking at two properties, one of them being Sewer Shark and the other being Night Trap. And that just bullshit, dude. You were about to have that shit until Nintendo pulled out.
Oh yeah. My friends and I actually watched that when it was going on live.
I remember it. Yep.
Oh, Jiminy.
And I distinctly remember they showed the scene from Night Trap where you fail to trap the augers, and they come around with that one blonde girl in the shower.
Yep, the infamous shower scene.
Yes, where they get the little thing around her neck and the drill comes in, and when they turn it off, you can clearly hear someone in the audience going, "That's it? That's all there is?"
Yeah.
That whole thing, I don't usually go off on something like this, but I'm positive that whole thing was a hit piece by Nintendo against Sega because their Mortal Kombat outsold the Super NES Mortal Kombat. Full stop.
Well, I let's put it this way. If you want to do what do they call that? A tete-a-tete or whatever the hell they call that? My French sucks. I'm German. Point being, I have a running theory that the reason why the Sega CD was such a piece of shit is because my theory, so I could be wrong, is that originally they were developing the Sega CD to piggyback off the idea that Hudson had going on with the PC Engine, where they were going to make the PC Engine CD. So that's kind of what the same notion. But when Sega found out that Nintendo and Sony were working and looking at these FMV titles before they pulled out, it's tit-a-tat. But anyways, ADD. Anyways, point being is I always kind of figured that Sega scooped in and bought that shit up because they felt that Nintendo was interested in it, so it must be good. So they grabbed it without looking at the specs or the possibility of running it, and then just went ahead and threw it on the console, and the developers had a heart attack going, we don't have any encoders or decoders for video on this console. So I always kind of felt that Sega bought that whole library up because Nintendo was interested in it. And you know how Sega was. They were highly antagonistic towards Nintendo at that time.
Oh, yeah.
Where it was like, yeah, we do what they don't, blah, 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 blah. So imagine the marketing thing. Look what you missed out on. Yeah, we missed a bullet, you know?
I think it sounds pretty legit because I think you guys know that story about how Schwarzenegger made Stallone do "Stop or Mom Will Shoot." I think everybody's. This is a piece story. Of this is a piece of crap, and then Stallone funds him, and I was offered this movie. Oh man, you gotta do that, you know. It's like, all right.
Nice.
Yeah, I remember that. And Schwarzenegger's so cool. He's like, yeah, they offered me the movie, and I pretended to be interested in that. And then, I'm like, yes, I'm going to do this movie. And then, I go ahead and I say, no, I can't do it. I have to go to Terminator 3. And I know they weren't doing Terminator 3, but point being. It was like, and then Stallone called me up. He's like, hey, they offered me this movie. I told him, do it. You got to go do it now. It's going to be great.
Oh boy!
You should be a voice actor, man. I'm losing it with your Arnie impersonation, man. Spot on. Holy.
That's pretty dead on, yeah.
It is.
I have no idea how often I hear that voice actor thing. There's Rodney Dangerfield. Oh, I'm not going to do Al Pacino right now, but yeah, I get you.
No, seriously. I mean, you sound a whole lot closer to Arnie than however they got to do the Terminator in Mortal Kombat 11. It's like it sounds like a guy doing an impression of an impression, I am Terminator. I am here to destroy Outworld. No. I see what you're trying to do, but you're doing it wrong, man.
I'm not gonna lie. You actually had that pretty good when you're like, I am Terminator.
Oh boy! But to kind of bring things back around to Splatterhouse, Splatterhouse 3 was featured in that Senate hearing.
Yeah,
definitely was.
Yeah, for about 3 seconds.
I was going to say, I'm glad I'm actually glad that Night Trap was the focus and not Splatterhouse 3, because they would have had a lot more to tear into legitimately if SH3 was the centerpiece, I hate to say. Like, Night Trap was just a bunch of daft bullshit, but SH3, no, it's actually legit horror, would probably actually disturb people, didn't know any better what they were getting into. I mean, like, when I played the first Splatterhouse first time, however many years ago, on a PC Engine emulator, I just thought it looked really cool, not realizing how just violent and creepy it all was. But I guess it was because it was as creepy as it was that I just found myself kind of drawn into it. So maybe that's just how I'm built. I don't know. It is what it is.
That's actually a hell of a good question. Like, I already know what my experience, like my first experience with Splatterhouse. What was your guys' experience with it? Like, what was the first time you ever played Splatterhouse?
Oh, I have a story about this, but I'm going to wait till everyone else is done.
Okay.
Well, I said mine in the introduction, right? I mean, but if I can
the
go when
Splatterhouse 3, and you're just like, something is not going right here.
Yeah, But what happened is that when we were phasing out the 16-bit generation completely, emulators started to become big, right?
Mm-hmm.
So since we could run Genesis games now in the PC we had at home, me and my brother, we never had a Genesis. We had some issues with the converter. It didn't accept our TV. So we wanted to go after what we missed on. And one of the first games we thought about was Splatterhouse 3. So this time we could actually play the game properly, and we were trying it out. And it's funny because when we played the first level through, we didn't know what we were doing, so Jennifer died. We reset the game after we beat the boss to try again. And we got to level 2, and we got to the blank eyes, mindless beast Jennifer scene. And we didn't stop there, but we're like, the timer didn't count to 0. You guys are doing us dirty here. We played the game to the end, but the first time we finished the game, Jennifer was dead.
Yeah, Dire knows all about my feelings about that timer.
Oh, yeah. That is the truth.
I did about a minute and a half unscripted, because I script the the essay style reviews because I love doing editing and stuff. Mm-hmm. But when I was sitting down talking about that, I completely went off script and I bitched about it for like a minute and a half.
Now, I tell you, speaking of that, I have something now that I didn't have the last time we did a Splatterhouse stream.
What's that?
I have an interview with one of the key people behind Splatterhouse 2 and 3 for Now Productions. And I asked him about that timer. So let me go ahead and find what he said about it. I do have this interview posted on West Mansion if you want to check it out.
Oh, dip.
So let's see. Okay. Splatterhouse 3.
Where is this?
Okay, there's a bit about the actors in the cutscenes, what happened to the mask, or at least what he thinks might happen to it. And let's see. I'm just reading through this here real quick. I asked him about the Goya paintings in it. He didn't remember. Let's see.
Oh, yeah. Right. That's right.
And the Darkstone.
Hey, not to throw. I don't want to throw Rob on a tangent, but I interviewed the same guy, and it's sad because it's so old. Sometimes people just forget stuff.
Yeah.
Alas, yeah.
Okay.
And for people obsessed like us, it's like I don't remember because we take it so seriously.
Yeah. All right. Where is that? I know he mentioned something about the timer here. It's kind of a long interview.
One thing I'd like to mention when I first played Splatterhouse, in the meantime, I didn't know even what a TurboGrafx 16 or a PC Engine was. I thought I was just playing a straight-up for the computer game, like with some MS-DOS application. I believe the emulator was the quote-unquote Magic Engine. That was like one of the earliest for the PCE, and my 3 favorite games on that were Splatterhouse, Air Zonk, and Bloody Wolf, as I recall. But I didn't even know it was its own thing for several years. I thought, PC Engine meant PC Engine, literally. It was up there, I was playing something that was like alongside Doom or Jill of the Jungle or something like that, and it's just interesting to learn how one of my favorite underrated consoles ever wasn't even one I knew even existed. But you're an idiot until you're not, I guess.
Okay, I found the bit
for me. But yeah,
I found the bit I was looking for.
Oh,
this comes from the interview with Masami Shimotsuma.
Yeah, I want to hear this excuse.
All right. Now, it wasn't directly about the timer, but rather why it takes Rick so long to recover, which, just sucks time off. So I asked him, he was like, do you know whose idea it was to have that extended bit of animation in Splatterhouse Part 3 where Rick gets up after being knocked down? It takes so much time, which you don't have a lot of in that game. His response was, I believe the long animation you're referring to is one where Rick shakes his head before standing up. If so, I take responsibility for that as the game designer. I don't remember the exact decision-making process, but I think it was intended to give the game time to reposition enemies so that Rick wouldn't get hit immediately upon getting back into the fight. Looking back now, I can think of several better ways to address that issue, but at the time...
Flash.
At the time, this was probably the solution we came up with, so I'll own up to it. It's my responsibility.
Well, then my thoughts go in his general direction.
Hey, but at least he owned up to it.
Yeah.
That's true, at least.
I know I have a bit of a too much fondness for Splatterhouse 3, but I might be the only person who wasn't too bothered by Rick's recovery time. I mean, I know why people would be. I'm not saying it's not an issue. But every time I play the game, I'm like, okay, I got, knocked down. He's going to come up eventually, I guess.
All right, and also...
Yeah.
Since we are on the subject, because I was looking back at... like a transcript of the Splatterhouse 3 review that I did, and there is one thing that I did want to kind of bring up on it. Maybe, Dire, you can expand upon this one thing a little bit.
All right.
Because, obviously I had complained, why would you give us 6 minutes when in reality we only have 4? And then I did touch upon the whole thing about how if you beat the first and the third level with 2 minutes left, it'll skip the second and the fourth level. But the point that I had touched upon, though, was it seems like they were trying something new, and then they pulled the plug on it halfway through the game's development. Because after Stage 4, the whole timer thing doesn't mean shit anymore. You get 60 minutes on the final
That's a good point, yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But, let's go back to the fact that timer, loses relevance mid-game. But just to touch on something, I know that at least in the English version of the game, even if you get the Blank Eyes Jennifer cutscene, if you clear the level before the timer reaches 0, she won't die.
That's ludicrous dissonance, as I think the term was in 2000.
That's why I was like, why do you give us 6 when we have 4? Because I could understand if you go in there and there's 0 seconds left on the clock. Okay, Jennifer's infected. She turns into that monster, which when I first saw it, it looked like the blue thing from the Twilight Zone movie that Dan Aykroyd turns into. You want to see something really scary? It terrified the fuck out of me, by the way, as a child. So when I saw that, I turned the shit right off as a kid. But it's just I thought it was just so stupid. Because you go in there, the boar worm is alive, and then you have to kill the boar worm, right? So what's the point with Jennifer then?
I will say this. I will at least give this concession point to SH3. At least be thankful that the timer was not persistent from start to finish throughout the entire game instead of just for each level, like it was Prince of Persia or something. If the timer was like Prince of Persia, that would have been awful.
I do want to...
I will say this much. I had a way better opinion of Splatterhouse 3 going back and reviewing it than I originally did playing it as a casual.
Nice.
Yeah. I do want to go ahead and toss out something here about that whole Twilight Zone bit.
Yo.
I let my kids watch that opening when they were still fairly young. You want to know what their reaction was?
Yo.
He's
Why does he sound like he's a tiger or a lion or something?
A jaguar.
Wow. They kind of no-sold it. That's pretty impressive.
They weren't.
Oh no,
they weren't scared at all.
Yeah, and you know
Damn.
what? I share your pain, brother, because I have 2 kids myself. And when I was a child, I watched the Amityville Horror when I was 8 years old. And you scared Jody. She went out the window. I couldn't look at fucking windows until I was like 18 or 19. But you know, when my kids sat down and watched it, I'm like, oh, I'm going to get little sons of bitches now. You know, they sat there and they're like... No, they no-sold the whole thing. Like, when they're going through the house with the crucifix and everything, my youngest was like, they're just going to piss it off. And I'm just like, okay.
Well, you know,
That's great.
It's funny. I got
They would
2...
have been content having a ghost pig flying around the house, fucking slamming windows on their hands, you know? Just don't piss it off. Leave it alone.
Yeah. I got 2 other stories about my kids that are kind of similar. And keep in mind, I had 3 girls, actually. And one day, I decided to show them the chest bursting scene from the original Alien.
Nice.
You want to know what the first question was? How'd
What's
they
that?
do that? That looks so real.
Ah. Yeah, no, I mean, even for 79, that was a really impressive effect, and it still looks really fucking good today. So
Yeah, my middle daughter actually wanted to go into special effects work after she saw that. And I explained how it was
awesome.
done.
That's awesome.
Here's the other one relating more to Splatterhouse. I had gone to Best Buy one day, and it was right around Halloween, and they had Freddy vs. Jason, and it was on sale. So I was like, I don't have that yet. I'll pick it up. So I brought it home, and they wanted to see what I got. And I was like, well, I got this movie, and I got this movie. So they look at it, and my oldest looks at me, and she goes, Dad, when did they make a Splatterhouse movie? I'm like, it's not a Splatterhouse movie. And my middle girl, she points to Jason and goes, but that's Rick.
Parenthood done right.
Damn
That's
Skippy.
adorable.
Oh, it's funny. I showed him the very end of the movie when Jason comes out of the water holding Freddy's head. And they're just watching it. And my middle one again, she's like, I don't know. Looks like Rick to me.
Can I share one more kid story with you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Shoot.
Absolutely proud of my oldest for this one because, like, being a parent, the coolest thing is when you see your little ones go from pooping their diapers to having critical thoughts about stuff, and it's amazing. It really, truly is. My oldest, obviously, you know, like, generation below us are a little bit more scrutinized for stuff, you know. But bottom line is, it's just one day, my oldest was like, Dad, what is it with old people? And I'm like, what do you mean old? I mean, like, do you mean people my age? Because I'm 40. And, you know, they were like, no. I mean, the people above you, like grandparents' age. And I'm like, what do you mean? And they were like, why do they say that we're so sensitive and that we're snowflakes and stuff?
Oh,
We're
Jesus
not
Christ.
we're not passing out in movie theaters from watching The Exorcist. And I'm just like, wow.
Fuck.
Oh, that's
Because
good.
they were looking up stuff about how people were like passing out and fainting, watching. Yeah, didn't somebody faint seeing the chest burster scene in Aliens? And you know, people running out from Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And I'm just like, damn.
That actually reminds me when my oldest was 7, I agreed to sit down and watch one of my movies with her. So
Yeah.
I said, okay, you can pick. I'll veto if I think it's too much for you. And she looks and she's like, Aliens. And it's like, okay, we'll watch Aliens. You know what her big question was?
What's that?
Why do the army guys swear so much? It's like, well, they're colonial Marines. That's just how they do things. And
I mean, if you want the Doyleist explanation there, I think all their swearing and tough talk was really to jack up the masculine image they were giving off until the aliens come along and butcher the fuck out of them and tear all that, false bravado down and whatnot. I think Predator was also lauded for doing the same thing about kind of a fuck you of ultra macho. Possibly Republican gun fantasies of the 80s, and along comes extraterrestrials' threats to say, nope, fuck you. At least I think that was an interpretation that I took out of both films, but yeah.
You always were an asshole, Gorman.
My thing is that I grew up, one, in Newark, New Jersey, and also I grew up in an Army family.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck is an adjective.
Yeah,
I believe
it. Why do they swear so much? And I'm like, that's what they do.
That's basically what I told her.
I've been as foul-mouthed as I can think of since, Jesus, I was like 7, 8 years old. A lot earlier than I probably should have been. I don't know if that was an error in my parents' end or what, but I guess I turned out all right, so I'm not going to blame them for anything.
I had no guidance, and unfortunately, I was using swear words before I knew what the hell they meant.
I got you.
I grew up religiously watching National Lampoon's Vacation.
Yeah.
Nice.
I always thought that it's a proper reply when someone asks you a question. Like, pardon me, I was wondering if you could tell us how to get back to the expressway. So, when the gas man knocked on the door, I was like, hey, I'm here, I'm a so-and-so. Do you know where so-and-so is? Hey, fuck your mama.
Thank you very much. Did they say thank you very much at least?
No, that guy just walked away. You knock on a door and you got a 6-year-old telling you, fuck your mama. Okay.
I will add one thing about the aliens viewing we did. For the most part, she watched the Colonial Marines that they got torn apart and everything, didn't bat an eyebrow. Nothing. However,
sweet.
The scene where Burke let the face huggers loose in the med lab, I watched her during that scene. She didn't say anything, but, you know how tense that scene is. And she's just sitting there, hands are over her mouth, and then she's like really wide-eyed, and she's like, doing this whole thing. And I'm just like, okay, I found something that got to her. So,
just talking about aliens too. One thing that's forever funny to me is that at least here in Brazil, when VHS was starting its heyday in the early '90s, that what was the time when I was old enough to watch any movies and understand what's going on. It was a bit hard to find, VHS of movies like Alien, since it was late 70s, right?
Yeah, the original
Alien.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I knew of the movie, everybody would talk about it, but I had never seen the face hugger scene. And I kid you not, the first time I saw a face hugger, I'm going to let this quote speak for me. Hello, my darling. Hello, my baby. Hello, my ragtime doll. I was like, okay, I get it.
Not again.
Spaceballs ruined you.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even see the movie. I didn't know it was the same actor. Everything made sense to me.
A little side, if I didn't acknowledge everyone who's been in here, welcome Mr. Random Encounter, welcome Salmeth 5344, welcome Collective Retro, welcome Brandon. Wow,
we have welcoming me.
Yeah, welcome Eris also. Lots, and my bud Andrew also popped in for a bit. He's currently on vacation in the Philippines, but hey, he stopped in for a bit anyway. So,
okay.
But really quick though. Wasn't
sure.
Splatterhouse compared to most video games back in the because I know I've asked earlier what was our first experience?
Mm-hmm.
Like for me it was TurboGrafx 16. That's one of the reasons why I chose Timu Rick as my little thing with the red mask.
Yes, Red Mask Rick is forever now known as Timu Rick.
But
Timu Rick is
growing up,
the first time I heard that, but that's awesome.
But for growing up on Atari 2600 to the Intellivision to the ColecoVision and even Nintendo, my dad was a gamer. So it was like that shit came standard growing up in the house. So growing up, when you jumped on an enemy, it turned into a puff of smoke and it disappeared and it dropped like a mushroom, or something like that. The 1,000 popped up over the head. And then my older brother was my dad's from his prior marriage, right? So my brother would come over on the weekends, and he had two things that we did not have. He would come over with his Genesis, and he would come over with his TurboGrafx 16. So automatically you're looking up at the, your older brother is like the cool one. He's into the cool shit. So automatically Genesis was cool. Automatically TurboGrafx 16 was cool. And you know what? In hindsight, it was cooler. Those consoles were so sleek.
Damn right.
Oh, God, I love that shit. But still, point being is going from Mario jumping on Goomba's heads, which I don't know how the hell that's politically correct nowadays.
Mamma mia!
Well, no, it's kind of like a pixelated Sopranos. Hey, go jump on the Goomba's head, But still, having my brother come over one weekend and popping in the TurboGrafx 16, we had Bonk's Adventure, and then we had that one Battle Royal wrestling game where you play as managers and you have to punch each other in the face to get the wrestler that you want to use, which I thought was cool. And then popping in with Splatterhouse. We've gone from jumping on mushrooms and turtles to I just picked up a hatchet and I chopped this thing's fucking head off. And then I picked up a 2x4, smacked it, and it flew into the back wall and the blood splattered and it's smearing down the walls. Now, as a horror fan, I wasn't like, ah! I was like, yeah. But it was just like, what a change in pace,
Mm-hmm.
And then we find out that that's a censored one.
Yep.
Admittedly,
that's funny.
It's pretty much identical to the PC Engine game.
Going all...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's
great.
funny to me is that all the talk of playing Mario to Splatterhouse, I was like, Luigi, this house in the dead man is pretty alpha, something like that.
and it's good.
I mean, what I think is very interesting is that what Fatal is going on about now. When I was translating the Arcade Archives live stream to do the documentary, the development team was going all about this in the development document itself. It's like enemies have to die. It's not like you hit them and they disappear. They need to die. The player has to buy the idea that you're killing these enemies.
Yeah, I can see that.
Really now.
And
now,
yes,
for all you guys, my question really quick is was it love at first sight for all of you, or was it an acquired taste?
for
For me, it was love at first sight.
Mike.
Yeah, first sight. Can't really I was just drawn into it for reasons I couldn't explain. I guess that was a actual early sign that I would grow up a fan of horror. So I think I was like 9-10 at the time. So yeah.
Now, in order for you to understand my answer, I would have to tell you my story. Before I do, though, yes, the TurboGrafx hack that's out there, which is called Splatterhouse Chrome. I remember that was first really talked about on my old forum, the Third Moon. Yeah, it was brought up there by one of the regulars leading up to Splatterhouse 2010's release.
Nice.
That was Isgraph, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was, actually.
Mm-hmm.
I had to think about that for a minute.
Probably.
I wonder what he's doing these days. But all right.
I wonder, the guy was a really good artist, right?
Oh, yeah. I've still got some of his pieces of artwork on the on West Mansion. So, all right. So here's what happened with me. Now, I've never been the biggest fan of horror movies. I mean, I like my fair amount of them, especially like Evil Dead. But, yeah, I didn't get into it the way a lot of people I knew did. But I've always loved classic kind of horror, like, EC Comics and whatnot. Tales from the Crypt. And
Creep Show.
Oh, Creep Show. Yes.
I fucking love Creepshow so
Creepshow,
much.
yes.
That's the stuff. That's the stuff.
Best horror film, best horror anthology film ever. I will not hear any asides to.
And I think
Meteor shit.
yeah, meteor shit.
Sorry, I had to.
Yeah.
Steven.
I think my mom actually was an influence on me here because not only did she have books entirely dedicated to New England legends and ghost stories. Mike knows what I'm talking about here.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, which reminds me, if anyone wants to check that out after the stream, I'll let you guys have a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
But she had an interest in, she loved Halloween for one thing. And as a result, she loved, some classic style horror. My father, same thing. Like, the old Universal monster movies. With the exception of the creature from the Black Lagoon, he thought that was a comedy.
Yeah, that one was later than most of the rest of them, so I guess
50s.
The tone was a little different. Yeah.
But like the slasher flicks in the 80s, like Nightmare on Elm Street, Friday the 13th, those, I've seen the majority of them, but I never really got into them the way that a lot of people did. However, at the same time, over on the consoles, like the first game, or one of the first games my mother got for the Atari 2600 was Haunted House. And that just kind of snowballed from there because they got me Ghost Manor for Christmas one year, which was on a double-ender cartridge with artillery duel. And then, when we eventually graduated to the NES, my parents said they were going to buy my brother and I each a game one day. So they go out to the store with my brother, and they get home. I'm writing a letter to a friend of mine. And he comes in the room. He's super thrilled. He's got his brand new game. It's The Adventures of Lolo. Not that there's anything bad about Lolo, but it's like, okay. I want to play it. I want to play it.
Sure. Wait, I gotta make the reference here. You bet us has saved the receipt. Sorry, Homestar reference. I had to sneak that in there.
Yeah. So, my brother was about 4 years younger than me. He's since passed on. He actually died of cancer back in 2019. But
Condolences.
No, thank you.
Sorry to hear, man.
Yeah, it was that was a tough one to deal with. But he came in. He's like, I want to play my new game, and it's like, well, fine, whatever. Go ahead. I'm writing a letter. My dad comes in, and it's like, hey, we got you a game. Your mother picked it out for you, and he hands me Castlevania. And now that Castlevania, that's another story entirely. But suffice to say, it quickly became one of my favorite NES games after that. And that, of course, led me into the sequel. Well, round about 1989 was when we moved to Florida. And we had a friend of ours from up north who would come down and visit us. First time he came down to visit us, he brought what looked like, because he had one of those, you remember those kind of plush blue Nintendo carrying cases?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think maybe.
He had one with him, but inside was a Genesis, which we'd only seen pictures of in video game magazines. He had 3 games with it: Altered Beast, Last Battle, and Space Harrier 2. Okay, that's great. Still love Space Harrier 2 to this day. But the next summer he came down, because he came down in the fall of 89, then he came down in summer of 90. And this time he had his carrying case with him, but this time he pulled out a TurboGrafx. I was like, oh, damn, the other one. And he's got games. He's got Keith Courage. He's got Bonk's Adventure. He's got Victory Run. And he's got Ninja Spirit. That game is great. So, yes. Anyway,
I mean, it's great, but that final, that little stretch in the final level is, that's
the Ninja Pit is by and far the worst part of it, but it's the final level, so that maybe makes it sting just the slightest bit less to me, because if any game's going to go all out bullshit, I guess that's the place to do it. It's still inexcusable. That's just my reckoning with it, but otherwise the game's awesome.
Anything with ninjas like that, I don't care about the bottomless ninja pit. That's just great. But
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
also, just to address something being said in the stream right now, I can hold my breath for a long, long time.
God damn, he was so fucking good in that. Wow.
Yeah, he was.
I love how he's sitting there. He's like, "Tell me where she is, you son of a bitch! I'm going to kill you." Well, you do realize, dear Harry, you need to make sure that the cables on this is clean. It could really affect the quality of your picture, Harry. He didn't give a fuck.
Nope. It's like,
just a very, very quick aside. You guys are aware that Leslie Nielsen was considered to be cast for the role that Jack Nicholson got in The Shining, right?
actually,
No,
I don't
that
think
would've
I
been
ever
amazing.
heard that.
I'm not sure if I did either. Huh.
Now,
Can you imagine?
Yeah, now imagine if they'd had him play it up like Frank Drebin.
I mean, like, what wasn't Airplane more or less the same time as The Shining?
Yeah.
Or,
So
Yeah.
Dr.
Like,
Rumack
77, I think.
then. Airplane came out in
very
80.
interesting.
Airplane
See,
came
that
out in
was
80.
the scary part.
Yeah. But go
That
on.
was the scary part to me, though, is just how versatile so many actors were back in the day. You really don't see anything like it.
Oh, you're
I mean,
not
it's
kidding.
like most people would remember Leslie Nielsen for his, his comedy roles, but when that guy wanted to be serious, he was as serious as a heart attack.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it was because that he was as, like, as serious an actor as he was, which is why he was cast in Airplane at first. It's kind of like a contrast against everything, the comically serious, so to speak. And then he just kind of grew into comedy from there. It was like a semi-accident, but he exactly.
Well, you know
Remember
what,
the
picking
directors went so
Nicholson-
large that they wanted him to play the humor as straight as he could. They were like, "Don't act like you're funny. Just pretend
Yeah.
this is a serious role."
I
exactly.
love Leslie Nielsen to death, and as a person, he was one of the coolest people ever, like walking around with the fart machine and everything. That was just a guy who wanted to have fun. Picking Nicholson, though, was perfect, because the thing about Leslie Nielsen is that he could do it. He could act his ass off, but he looked too good. He looked too refined. Jack Nicholson, on the other hand, could give you that unhinged shit. You could really believe that he's a lunatic, because he fucking was.
Totally, yeah, no. What's the whole thing about him attacking a paparazzo with a golf club true? I forget if that's myth or not.
I could see it. That's why.
Was it him or is it think of? I don't know.
But yeah, since we were up Nicholson in The Shining, I just have to say this. David Letterman. Hi, David. I'm Grandpa.
David.
Grandpa.
Don't.
I'm Mike Wallace. I'm Morley Safer, and now I'm at Bradley. All this landing room today in 60 minutes.
I'm sorry to say this, but I didn't want to cut anybody off, but I almost did like a Simpsons reference like 30 minutes into this, because when Rodrigo was giving his introduction, he's like, "I'm sorry about this," and I had a joke that I wanted to tell. I almost said, if I could say a few words, I'd be a better speaker.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
It's okay. Since his references fly fast and loose here, I'm sure they're always allowed.
Well, that's one of my handles. Is every review that I do, there is at
geez.
least one Simpsons cutaway. Like when I did the Night Trap review, one of the cutaways that I'm going to do is Marge looking at the window and seeing the van. and Dire would appreciate this one when I was like, there may be a Biggie man or Biggie men in the house.
Oh yes, that's perfect.
There's always at least one Simpsons cutaway. Like in the last Night Trap review that I did, I was making fun of their walking, and I put in that clip. Black guys drive a car like this. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, but white guys, see, they drive a car like this. And you know what? If you played Night Trap, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about when he comes out of the stairs and does that hunched over walk. It's true. We're so lame. But you know what? Because we're talking all these horror movie references, I'm sure Dyer knows every single one down pat. For Splatterhouse.
Oh yeah.
How many movie inspirations did you catch? Like, I caught Evil Dead.
God.
I caught, obviously, some Friday the 13th in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of them scattered throughout the entire series.
So what did we notice, though?
Well, keep in mind, my unfamiliarity with a lot of horror movies at the time, I didn't catch them until later after I started West Mansion, and people started telling me about, well, this is inspired by this. So
That's why I'm saying you would know it down cold pat because you eat, sleep, and breathe this shit. You know?
yeah, essentially.
I define Rob's relationship with Splatterhouse that he's a fan of the series ever since before he was born.
Which is interesting because
my association with Rob and Splatterhouse lore would be like he could be in a coma like Homer Simpson after he got blown up by the beer, and he could be in that coma and going. Originally, they were told that they had to tone the violence down, and that's why they made.
That wouldn't surprise me. I actually was in a coma about 5 years ago for 2 days.
I'm sorry.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't
no
remember
worries.
it. I don't remember it at all. But I remember
It's like a TV show where they show a bunch of clips from old episodes.
That was basically what it was. Yes, but it's funny.
Ultimate hell.
As I'm coming out of it, when I'm initially starting to wake up, I got nurses in there and whatnot, and they're like, "You're Rob, right?" And I'm just like, "Yeah, that's me." And yeah, you wrote that book, Memoirs of a Virtual Caveman, huh? Wow, my reputation precedes me. Yeah, and yeah, I love Rush too. Well, wow, how do they know all this?
What?
Turns out it was actually because my wife had written all that down on the board. She wanted them to treat me like a person, not just a number. So it's like when he's coming out of it, bring this stuff up to him. It'll help him focus. So,
nice. Oh, that's interesting.
Yep. Now, okay, I got to finish my story real quick. We're gone. So, while he was there that summer, at one point, he and my brother and my parents went to the local mall. And they each came back with a new game because we already had Genesis by then. So, Ryan brought back, I forget what Genesis game it was. It might have been Revenge of Shinobi, and it turns out he didn't like it.
Oh.
Well, he was always more of an RPG and strategy guy, not an action guy.
Right. True.
So he traded the game to me in exchange for a couple of my old Transformers. So I won there. Quincy was the guy's name. On the other hand, he comes back and he goes and he turns on his turbo. And I walk in the room. It's like, so what'd you get? And he doesn't say anything. He just tosses me the box. And I'm looking at him. It's like, say, what's this? Okay, we got chainsaw hands here, and is that Jason Voorhees with a freaking 2x4? And he's about to, it looks like he's about to beat down Chainsaw Hands. So I sit down and start watching him play this game, and I'm watching, I'm like, this is cool. Okay, this is like a gorier kind of Castlevania-esque game. I can get on board with this. Mm-hmm. But the point this part was when I absolutely said, okay, I love this game. This is great. And that would be the minute Biggie Man stormed onto the screen.
He's big.
Well, not that, but the music changes to that really upbeat driving. Yeah, the chainsaws are going. Yeah. So yeah, definitely love at first sight for me too. But after that, I made it my purpose in life to go ahead and get a TurboGrafx just so I could get the fucking game. And it's funny too. Dedication. It's funny too because there was a friend of mine. His name's Andre. And at the time, he was dating a girl named Teresa, who was also a friend of mine. And I go hang out with him one day, and they're like, well, let's play some video games. I'm like, cool, what do you got? And Teresa's like, well, I got a TurboGrafx. You don't say. What do you got for it? Oh, we got this game, we got Bonk, we got Splatterhouse. Put that shit on now. I didn't have my own yet. So I then proceeded to wow the hell out of them by basically 1CCing the game. I played the hell out of Quincy's copy while he was visiting. So I knew it pretty well by then.
Sweet.
Yeah, those were some good times.
But to go back on something Fatal asked about the inspirations, it's funny because I talked to Oda, right, the artist for the original in the arcade,
Yep.
and I guess that we can only be sure about the inspirations when we manage to track down the original producer of the original trilogy. Because while Oda knew some of the games, I showed that at least for what we can tell, as fans, Fatal, I'm not you big into horror and that sort of thing.
Yes.
The funny thing is that when the producers did what I think is the only interview, in magazines and stuff, it was for the original arcade game. They go on a limb and mention Argento, but apparently, looking at the game, it seems like they reference Fulci a lot more than Argento.
Yeah, Argento was more of a visual style guy. Fulci went for that, wooden splinter going into the eyeball.
Exactly.
Argento was more a clock tower.
Yeah, absolutely.
Indeed.
That makes sense.
I sort of feel for some reason that I don't usually think he had ghosts in his movies, but something about the oddly named Jokers, the floating women with skulls, reminds me a little bit of Argento. Like, I don't know why, just vaguely a bit of suspicion. Yeah, them. I'm probably way off. It's been too long since I saw Suspiria, but
no, Suspiria didn't have anything like that. That's one of my favorites. Suspiria, you didn't really see anything aside from gore, but there was maybe a maggot falling from the ceiling. That's about it.
But I think I agree with Mike because Argento sometimes, from what I can gather, some of his giallos didn't even have actual supernatural elements, but the idea of just a ghost girl carrying a skull around, it seems very Argento to me.
Yeah, it's more the image it conveys than the vibe, I suppose. But I don't know. Maybe I'm off of that. I mean, yeah, Suspiria and the Phenomena absolutely inspired Clock Tower, but
1,000%.
Totally. But unfortunately, we're not talking Clock Tower tonight. So I'm trying to think of other possible
we're gonna have
influences.
To talk Clock Tower someday, and I'd like to be a part of that because shameless plug. After I do the Night Trap videos, that's next. Is Clock Tower on the Super Nintendo and the PS1 and maybe 2 if I get drunk enough.
There you go, man. Good stuff.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah. Great.
See, Mike, it was a good call to not talk about Clock Tower last week.
Yeah, so it was.
Yeah, we're gonna have to do that, and I would love to be a part of that.
That can be arranged.
It's still.
I personally couldn't see, I call them floating anime, because growing up, once again, I had mentioned in chat, New Jersey Army family, we just call it what we see. We don't really have many technical names for it. Get that fucking thing, So it was like growing up, we didn't have the proper names for stuff. So my dad would just attach names to stuff. Like Castlevania, the Hunchbacks, my dad called them turd men.
Yeah.
That's accurate. That's very accurate. I'll give him that.
It's kind of been like a third generation thing, just turd men.
Before you go on, I want to bring something up.
Yeah.
In the book that I basically compiled and edited called Digital Archaeology, Fatal here contributed a story about the turd men.
Yes. Third generation turd men. Because my dad called them turd men, I called them turd men, and then my kids started calling them turd men. And now whenever I play a Castlevania game, it's like, oh, here come the turd men. So it's been an ongoing thing. But it's like in Super Mario Brothers 2, those little things that used to jump around, my dad called them skunks with toilet paper. The point being is when I played Splatterhouse, I don't know what these goddamn things are called. Those things that come out of the bodies over there, I called them shaved weasels. The pumpkin-headed ball buster. We all know, I'm too. Ha! I was like, why is he flashing me? And then anime waifus, because they look like they just came out of a Sailor Moon thing. I'm like, to me, if we're actually gonna get into the nitty gritty, if I was going to talk about one enemy that didn't seem like it belonged there, it's the anime ghost waifus that float around. You got these visceral, horrible abominations, and then you just have these cute Sailor Moon, chicks coming around, floating around, dropping skulls on your head.
But you know what's funny, man? I completely agree with you. But there's a friend of mine who he once told me a pretty good Splatterhouse 2 story about how he dealt with the game. But the guy is a huge horror buff, the kind of guy who literally wrote a horror musical once, all by himself. And whenever someone said they didn't think the anime schoolgirl thing didn't fit Splatterhouse 1, he said, if you look at all the slashers from the 80s, I think it actually fits. And he would say how many times they had at least a cute character or some sort of really off-tone comedy relief. And he was like, this is that for Splatterhouse.
The comedy, you know what? That's a cool way of looking at it.
And you know what's interesting about that?
They even laugh if they hit you with the skull. So they're kind of like comic relief, all right.
Yeah, and there's nothing funny about when they hit you with that skull, you fall down and you got the pumpkin-headed ball buster.
Yeah.
Yes.
There have actually been Japanese artists who have done comedy comics about those girls, the Jokers.
Okay, that's adorable.
Like one of them comes along with a bucket with a cat face painted on it, drops it on Rick's head. Then you cut to Master Dead, one of the Revival Dead, and you see Rick's got the bucket off his head. He's got Master Dead by the cloak, and the Revival Dead's just heap on the ground. And the Joker's just flying away real fast.
The best thing about this picture is like Rick sweating, like he's either he wants to explain what's going on, or he's like, no, I'm not gonna hurt you, something like that.
Also, I do want to go ahead and give a welcome to Vlagar. Vlagar was around during the lead up to Splatterhouse 2010 over on the old Third Moon, and basically got to see everything as I was putting it out almost in real time. So,
cool. Good to see you.
I remember his screen name.
Yeah, so
it's been too long, man.
So,
that's me. I'm Mike, the guy with the chipmunk in his. That's I don't know why I still have that actually. Yeah. Cool. I like chipmunks anyway.
Although you may know him better as Sotenga, Vlagar.
Yeah.
Just in general, though, I mean, what would we call Splatterhouse, like the original Splatterhouse game? Like, in the main order of things, would we rank it like high up there, a good start, didn't hold, like what esteem do we hold it in?
It's my favorite one of the entire series.
Please go. You got dibs. Go on, please.
It's my favorite one of the entire series. Always has been.
It's still my favorite too. I know it's not the most original opinion, but it just kind of gets everything right. I don't really have any major arguments with it, so.
No, I feel it's the absolute best one of all. Rodrigo, what do you got?
Now, here's a funny thing, because like Rob said, I was always a guy who was interested in horror, but, I wasn't much in it for the horror itself. Like, I always enjoyed the idea of the Living Dead movies because Romero was saying something with them. He wasn't just putting gore out there, right? Mm-hmm. You have all those Italian knockoffs that are just gore that, you watch it, and at one point, you don't even care anymore because it's white noise. You're not even repulsed anymore. Yeah. And since I got in the series with Splatterhouse 3, I really like the fact that everything's so out there. The designs are completely crazy. It's horror, but the fact it's a open world beat 'em up, man, that won me over, right away because it's such such creative game design, right? Mm-hmm. And
absolutely, no, I completely agree.
So that's the thing. I started with Splatterhouse 3. I kind of counted the days until Splatterhouse 1 was emulated in MAME because it wasn't when I first got into the series. Mm-hmm. But it's like, I think Splatterhouse is the best one as far as, the execution. They knew they wanted to be like a horror movie, a horror thrill ride, and they delivered. They simply delivered.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't overstay its welcome at all.
Yeah, also that. But it's like, if you ask me about the game design, what the game is trying to do, I prefer Splatterhouse 3, but it's like, I like all games, so it's like, I usually rank Splatterhouse 3 as my first. Splatterhouse 1 is an absolute close second if it's not tied. Splatterhouse 2 comes third, and as far as the mainline series go, that's my ranking. But I think Splatterhouse 1 is. I can't even say it's a good way to start. It's a slam dunk, man.
It's the best way to start.
Absolutely.
Personally, I don't want to take this off the rails, but I think it's all safe to say that we're all ADD ridden. This is bound to happen. I am a huge George Romero fan. And absolutely, I completely agree. One of the coolest and scariest things about George Romero is his message that he delivers. Yeah. And like in Night of the Living Dead, it is the scariest part of all is that one, the hero wasn't right. The basement was the safest place. And two, the message is not that the dead are coming to get us. It's the fact that even in the worst possible times, we just can't fucking get along and put our shit aside.
That is unfortunately horribly poignant even today. Yeah.
Absolutely. You could look at the face
I just want to get this one in, man. Sorry, it's like since we're talking Romero,
I love Romero. Do it.
My brother always loved him as well, and that's the thing. Since he was more of a horror collector, now he's kind of mellowed out. He's a father and everything. He was tracking down the DVDs in Brazil. There's a whole rights debacle with Romero's movies, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And so he was tracking everything down. So he had tracked Day of the Dead and Dawn of the Dead. He got some sort of bootleg extended release, not the actual theatrical cut.
The extended mall hours version. Yes, I love that.
That one. 100%. Cool. So here's the funny thing. We didn't manage to find Night of the Living Dead, despite the fact, it's public domain and everything. Mm-hmm. One night, I'm already in college. He's finishing college. He's already thinking about settling down with his longtime fiance. We caught Night of the Living Dead on cable somewhere, and we're like, okay, let's give this a shot. Man, we were adults already, so we don't have a lot of leeway to get scared at nothing. Mm-hmm. When the movie ended, when they killed Ben and they just burned him with everybody, we were like, man. We're saying we're going to sleep, but this shit messed with us, That movie is uncompromising, man. That movie doesn't care,
Yeah.
I loved his vision for everything, and I love the way that he handled stuff too, because obviously, we'll save that for another discussion. But just to tie a bow around the Romero thing, fuck Walmart, because anybody on the East Coast would know. Or any East Coast horror fans would know that the Monroeville Mall has been bought out by Walmart.
Oh,
no, really?
That sucks.
Oh, wait, man.
Son of a bitch.
Holy fuck.
There goes another piece of fucking history down the drain.
No, you said it. Man.
But with Splatterhouse, absolutely the arcade game, it's a slam dunk in every way, shape, and form. I mean, obviously, it's going to eat your quarters up when you're first playing it, but as you get, the hang of it, I'm still mad that like 25 years later, I found out about how to do the slide attack. That was another minute and a half long.
That was hard to pull, man. That was hard.
I will never forget that because I remember I described it because once again, we completely went off script. I was just supposed to describe it and say that's ridiculous. Why couldn't we just do a charge attack or have it be another button? Something like that. And I remember I kind of lost everything when I said that type of a control scheme is a clusterfuck from beyond the stars. And then when you find out that it's like double damage, it avoids attacks, it'll move you along, it's like, this is some fucking Geese Howard, level 3 tech shit.
The prep motion for his Raging Storm.
Raging, of course. Exactly. But no, our arcade is absolutely amazing. What it brought to the table, especially for its time. Mm-hmm. Great graphics, great soundtrack, tons of horror references, i.e. Evil Dead. Definitely Evil Dead up the ass.
Yes.
And there's so many others to it, but I definitely want to credit Evil Dead, which is one of my favorite things ever. So
no, man, Evil Dead, the guys also name dropped Evil Dead in that interview I mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
And they also said that before, they were just in talk. I think they're mostly in the planning phase. They already said, Jennifer has to die because they wanted to sell the idea this is a proper horror game. They didn't want it to, rescue the princess and then everything is fine.
Yeah.
They went in, knowing that.
I love that idea. It just hit on every level for me. I love Splatterhouse, the arcade version. And the TurboGrafx 16 version, I can understand why it was toned down. And I could get behind that, and that's cool. When we moved on to Splatterhouse 2...
just 1 second. I just want to bring something up about Splatterhouse 1 that
please.
I'm gushing about it. I love that game, but there's one thing that the sequels never had. So, they had how can I say it? A very tall order, because Splatterhouse 1, it went both over budget and it was delayed.
Oh, shit.
So that's why it turned out so well. They were doing the game, they're like, we need more time, And when you can polish what you're doing, you're going to get better results.
Yeah.
Because when you look at Splatterhouse 2 and Splatterhouse 3, man, like, Splatterhouse 2 was already in development during 92, the year Splatterhouse 2 came in.
Well, Splatterhouse 2, I have some... There's some things that I know, and there's some things that I want to say could be considered opinion, or maybe a little bit of the Charlie with the papers on the wall thing.
Also, before we get into that, Fatal, first of all, I just want to welcome Eric to the stream. Long-time West Mansion lurker. Always great to see one of a long-time West Mansion lurker around.
Hey, man.
Absolutely. Hey, Eric. What's up?
Yep. And, the way I figure from here, we would just run down the rest of the series. So Splatterhouse 2 is a great place to go from here. Even though technically when Pocket Graffiti came first, that's okay, we'll save it.
I did want to mention something mostly irrelevant, but since Random brought up that Geese Howard comes back as much as a horror villain, he didn't this time in the most recent game, City of the Wolves, but Bison did in Street Fighter 6, which I'm still a little miffed about, and Heihachi did in Tekken 8, which was the stupidest fucking retcon ever. He made Tekken 7 a total fucking filler episode in retrospect. But that is another rant for another time that has absolutely no place in the Splatterhouse stream. So if you wanted me to talk Splatterhouse 2...
Just before we move from that real quickly, I had a browser mishap here, but when Fatal mentioned that, it's the Geese Howard shit, the slide, I could only think that, the Jennifer boss fight, she leaps at you, and Rick doesn't say anything, he just says, predictable. And the Geese Howard starts playing, and, he goes into a permanent slide that doesn't stop until she's down, That's the first thing that came to mind.
Mike?
That Jennifer boss battle, that's one of those things where it's either the most ridiculous thing ever with her extendo claw attack, or once you get her, you've got her. It's the easiest fight in the game. It's disgusting. It's like Quick Man in Mega Man 2. He's either the easiest thing you ever came across, or it's the worst thing you've ever seen in your life.
Side note.
Go on, Rob.
Side note. Vlygar just posted something here in the chat. Now, I'm not familiar with Night Dive Studios, but if they did a good job on the Thing remaster, they could probably do a good job on Splatterhouse 2010.
Yeah, I am familiar with Night Dive. I am familiar with Night Dive. They do a lot of quality ports, mostly of PC games from the 90s, and I don't think they've missed so far. If they have, it's relatively rare, but that would be pretty damn cool. That being said, I don't care who remasters it. Like how El Shaddai actually came to Steam and modern consoles lately. Yeah. Someone needs to do something like that for SH 2010. At least give a new generation a look at this. Very interesting project that came out for its time.
You also just reminded me I needed
Way Forward.
Way Forward might do an interesting job.
Well, I mean, think of it. Way Forward managed to get the Clock Tower remastered thing going because they were like, "Hey, what do you want us to do?" And they were like, "Clock Tower." Way Forward has a really good reputation in the industry, and they got a hold of Sunsoft, and Sunsoft was like, "You want to do it? Okay."
Yeah, man. I mean, the Clock Tower remaster they did, they showed some proof of quality of life enhancements that were part of a recent Clock Tower ROM hack. They got the guy who did the ROM hack to do the remaster for them.
Nice.
I could get behind that, and I mean, Clock Tower.
Absolutely.
I've got some thoughts about it. I mean, I thought it was great and revolutionary for its time. It's an unsung predecessor to everything, considering that we're talking Super Nintendo era, But
Absolutely,
another day.
Absolutely. No, but since we're talking about Splatterhouse 2010, I really wanted to get ported because I can even play it now because I couldn't back in the day. I didn't have any money to afford the consoles. But there's something that worries me because the game had licensed music, all up the wazoo.
Yeah.
So I think they might not want to touch it because they might have to compose more music or pay the royalties, and we know how people, any publisher
kind of like the Lollipop Chainsaw cluster.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's like why you can't get WKRP in Cincinnati on streaming anywhere. But
there's turkeys don't fly.
As God is my witness, I thought turkeys could fly. Also, just to address what Sharon said here, that was a fan game, Sharon. It was Beats of Rage trilogy. I'd have to describe it to you later in more detail, but it was a fan game, and it was on the Dreamcast.
So, really quick, with the Splatterhouse 2 aspect of things, I could potentially be wrong about this. I'm sure Rob can correct me on if I'm wrong about it. But once again, I got to preface this by saying I realize that I'm bordering conspiracy theory, and I'm doing, the Charlie with the papers on the wall thing, figuring out how the mail system works. My thoughts on Splatterhouse 2 is, from my understanding, a lot of that came to be, obviously there was going to be a sequel. It did good. But the reason why it wound up on the Sega Genesis, there's an interesting story that I came across that I connected the dots. And a lot of it has to do with a very Japanese way of thinking with how they handle things. Essentially, after Atari went tits up, Namco had invested in a company, like the remnants of that, like the Imperial remnants. We're not going to do any Star Wars stuff, I promise.
Okay, good.
They invested into the remnants of it. And out of that came the company Tengen.
Yes.
And we all know Tengen famously sued Nintendo to get a copy of the fucking blueprints so that they could reverse engineer the carts to run on a Nintendo system.
Absolute legends.
I always felt that Nintendo blamed Namco for it, and that Japanese method of not, bad student, no, bad principal. Another Simpsons reference. So we're not going to blame the assholes that did it. We're going to blame the assholes that made it happen. So I always felt that Nintendo blamed Namco for it and gave them shit about it. And eventually that led to, Mr. Nakamura, otherwise known as Messiah Nakamura, who was the CEO, and also a well-known grumpy person who didn't put up with any shit. Apparently, he got so annoyed and angered at the notion that Nintendo wanted him to do a public apology for them speaking harshly about Nintendo and probably the Tengen thing, that he said, fine, we're pulling out of everything that we're doing, and we're going to just develop solely for the Sega Genesis, because they're the closest thing to beating Nintendo right now. Because this wasn't Sega CD, this was just Genesis. So I always kind of felt that Nakamura got pissed, threw a shit fit, and that's how Splatterhouse wound up not touching the TurboGrafx 16, but just going straight to the Genesis.
Well, the only problem with that is that Namco did continue to develop for both the TurboGrafx and the Super NES. Yeah, there were several Namco games that came out.
Maybe I am wrong on that. It's just
I mean,
that
Rob,
that
you know,
it was just like, no, we're just focusing on Genesis stuff.
I mean, Rob, I'm gonna ask this right now. You know, the reason I made my documentary is exactly because of the jump to the Genesis. Can I take this one?
You go right ahead.
Please.
Absolutely.
So yeah, so here you go, Fatal. Here's the thing. This isn't exactly fact, but when I managed to track down the guy who directed Splatterhouse 2 and he designed Splatterhouse 3. One of the first things I asked him about was why it took 4 years to get made, and why did they jump to the Genesis?
Yeah, let's hear it.
So here's the funny thing. The first thing is that in that interview I mentioned from the original arcade game, one of the other producers, not the guy who stayed with the franchise, because there were two overall producers, the arcade producer and the guy who also helped him, and he was also part of the sequels. One of these guys already wanted to do a sequel, and he even said he wanted to do something that involved a movie. The guy literally said that. But there was a small problem that happened in Japan, because this was like Splatterhouse came out in '88, and in '89 a little fella by the name of, let me just remember his full name. I only remember his surname is Miyazaki. Tsutomu Miyazaki. The guy, he is better known as the Otaku Murderer. He had a deformity on his hands. He didn't get any support from his family. And he brutally murdered around 4 children at least.
Yeah.
When he was arrested.
That not to cut you off, but you're right. That was a satanic panic guy. He had. But like over here in America, we had the Satanic Panic, and over in Japan, because of that sack of shit, they had an anime panic because they found that he had a whole bunch of manga and anime in there. So
yeah, man, exactly.
Like they flipped out about that whole thing, so they really had to cut down on what they were putting out.
Yeah, but here's the funny thing. Because of the guy's interest in anime and manga, people usually talk only about that. But he also had a VHS of a horror movie anthology, and I forget the name now, but you know that movie that everybody says it was a real snuff film with a guy with a sword who kills a lady, Japanese movie. Not sure if you heard of it.
So it was supposed to be like a snuff film, like kind of like where they felt Blair Witch was a real thing.
Yeah, exactly. It wasn't a snuff film, but it's a real extreme film. I don't remember the name of the anthology, but the movie's title is Power of Flesh and Blood. There's a lot of urban legends about it, like Charlie Sheen got a copy of it and he thought it was real and he went to the FBI or the CIA, that kind of thing.
Jesus.
Because I'm sorry for the comparison, but it's like a porn filmy, but it's just gore. It's just a guy killing a woman for an hour and a half.
Yeah,
so
that's 8mm. The plot to 8mm.
Yeah,
I watched 8mm once. I will never watch that movie again.
Jesus,
I had no problem.
I never watched that movie, but now I'm going to watch it with great trepidation.
Watch it. It's an amazing movie.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Nicolas Cage did amazing, and seeing James Gandolfini, oh my god, that part when he had him tied up and he's like, I don't give a fuck, go ahead and fucking kill me, I hate my fucking life anyway. Yeah, she's dead, what did you give a fuck about? Yeah, no, that was great.
Oh yeah, man, I'm gonna have to track that down.
So good.
But
absolutely
fantastic.
Yeah, it was called.
Here's what happened. He didn't have this movie, but he had a movie of the same anthology. So basically, the powers that be said he had this extreme movie just to help the case that he could get a more severe penalty if he didn't go to jail or something, because this did begin a whole moral panic. So it wasn't just a anime panic; it was also a horror panic. I was doing research on it, and apparently, I don't know if all of the networks in Japan, but some networks at least stopped showing horror movies altogether because of this guy.
Jeez.
So when I talked to the Splatterhouse producer, he said that as far as he can tell, Namco, especially because in Japan they were known as a family-friendly brand, they had to basically, like bury Splatterhouse a little. He even said that the PC Engine port was delayed because of this, because of the guy.
I believe
Wow.
it. All right.
So apparently that's why they jumped ship to the Genesis, because if they focus more on the overseas market, they wouldn't catch too much heat in Japan, and because the install base for the Genesis was bigger in the US instead of the Japanese market that was more focused on the PC Engine. So in his opinion, that's why they went to the Genesis.
Yep.
Oh, well, then I guess I was digging a little too deep into the rabbit hole on that one. But Splatterhouse 2, just to kind of move it along. Splatterhouse 2, I definitely am going to rank it at the bottom of the pile. And here's why. But you know what? I also think it depends on how you come into it, maybe. Because if you come into Splatterhouse 2, never having played Splatterhouse 1, even on the TurboGrafx 16, it's a great game. It looks good. It sounds good. It's got some great challenge behind it. Really, really good marks all around. But if you come into it after playing, well, I did it sequentially, so it was like one after the other, like immediately afterwards. I just did Splatterhouse Arcade, then I hit Splatterhouse 2. I didn't like it as much because I had already seen it before. And I already had questions about things, like where the hell did this mansion come from in the end of the day? And I mean, it's cool when you connect the dots that the monsters that you fight at the beginning are those burning bastards, at the end of the first one. Like, I thought that was a great connection. There are really cool connections, but they tried their best to tie a believable story, to make it a sequel. Bring Jennifer back, blah, 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 blah. That's great. And they did a good job of it. I just felt that they didn't really add anything new. I had just seen this shit already.
Yeah, that's a good way of looking at it.
So it's like I have a love-hate thing for it. I love and I respect what it did. And I'm not by any stretch of the imagination calling it anything bad. It just seemed like I've just seen this before. Why are we doing this again? What's new?
I agree with you there. I mean, just like you said, it's not a bad game by any means, but as far as the original trilogy goes, it's also the one I place at the bottom, but not because I hate it, but because there's nowhere else to put it.
And then just to take it a step further, I'm guessing we'll do everything in order. Splatterhouse 3 for me, I bitched about a lot of things. When I first played it, I did not like it. I beat it for the first time reviewing it. I have a begrudging respect for it. Because, once again, I didn't like it because it was too different from the original. But then again...
No, please. Just a second, seriously, just a second. Yeah. When you do your videos, do you do a gimmick with a VHS opening or something?
Yeah.
I saw your Splatterhouse free video, man.
Oh, no shit, yeah, because you got the VHS tape going in, yeah.
Yeah, man, it's like, I was remembering your voice, especially because it said, I gave Splatterhouse free a lot of shit and stuff. I actually saw your review, man.
Oh, really? Thank you. Did you enjoy it? That's the most important thing.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I saw that you didn't like it as much as I did, but I just, I can see the flaws. I can't deny them, but I was just, I just thought the guy didn't jive with the game too much. That's fair, not everybody's.
I have more, but in all honesty, Rodrigo, I have more of a respect for it now than I did when I was a kid. And once again, just to echo that point that I had made in that video, was I didn't like the changes when I first played it as a kid, but as an adult, having played through 1 and 2, my thought about the second one is, well, if you didn't play the first ones, you would love this one, but if you played the first ones, you wouldn't love it because there's nothing new. Splatterhouse 3, I didn't like the changes as a kid, but as an adult, I realized that those changes were absolutely necessary. They tried new things, and you know what? Those new things that they tried, they were actually pretty damn good. They did things that no one else had done. Pulling up a map, going through different routes, trying different aspects of approaching how we're going to go through this house. I hated the timer.
Absolutely.
Everyone hates the timer.
Funny, man. The timer.
If they took that fucking timer out, I would actually have really enjoyed it a lot more things to say about it. But the timer to me, I feel, is such a detriment because they made it such a thing that the first stage, second stage, third stage, fourth stage. And then as soon as we go underneath the house, I'm like, fuck, this is a big house. What does Rick need a house this big for just 3 people? I mean, we got this huge sewer in the basement, and then, God, here's a wine cellar. There's a lot of shit. But anyways, it's just, if they didn't have that timer, I would have loved it a lot more. Deal the first 4 levels and then cut it out.
I got to say something.
Oh, yeah,
I always wondered why Rick got a mansion in Splatterhouse 3. If I had gone through what he had gone through with West Mansion and the Hidden House, I wouldn't go near another mansion for the rest of my fucking life.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, what was my joke that he became Wall? Yeah, he was Wall Street kid because he became a stockbroker or some shit.
Yeah, I think that was only in the American
Man. He rescued
though.
Jennifer. He starred in Wall Street Mansion, and then
you guys know what I like.
Belch.
You guys know what I like about the Splatterhouse 3 mansion?
Huh.
If you take just the Japanese manual, they say that Rick's house is changed. He has a house, and all of the the demons from the Evil One clan. Basically, they say that his house is changed by then. So you can even say that maybe he had a regular house, and then he's coming back from work one day. It's like, what the fuck is this free? Doing in my lawn,
Oh, I can see that.
And maybe the end of the game is to have that mansion. It's like you kill the Evil One, save your family, and you even get a mansion for your troubles.
But see, that's also that was also part of my question too. Like, I get the story, I understand what they were trying to accomplish with the story, but so wait a minute, did these guys just chill out for like 10 years and then like, tonight's the night, we're gonna go hop on a bus and we're gonna get this motherfucker? And I really should have done something from Blazing Saddles in that review, where it was like, did they all get together and decide to go down there? Who that asshole? What'll he think of next? Someone's got to go back to West Mansion and get a shitload of dimes.
I knew you were going there with that.
But
that's just something they actually explained that in the Japanese manual, right? They say
as always, the Japanese release always gets way more information.
But that's the funny thing, like when you mentioned how it's cool that the end of Splatterhouse 1 directly linked to Splatterhouse 2.
Mm-hmm.
The same thing here, because when you save Jennifer in Splatterhouse 2, you free the Evil One. Now he can go to Earth. He couldn't before. But he has to wait 5 years for an eclipse, and that's why they wait 5 years until they wreak havoc in Rick's turf. They needed to wait to the eclipse, so that's stuff.
You know what? In all honesty, I love the way you put that, where it was like, you know what? You came to our house twice. We're gonna come visit you and fuck your shit up now. You burned down our houses.
Nice. How you like an apples, right?
Yeah, I like those apples.
It's great.
Applesauce, bitch.
Absolutely. Applesauce. Now I'm thinking of Honey, I Shrunk the Kids. No, but seriously, Splatterhouse 3, I do appreciate it a lot more as an adult. I have some bitches about it, but they're not enough of a complaint that would make me be like, because I put the second one definitely at the bottom of the pile. I actually appreciate 3 a lot more. And then the 2010 release, I thought it was great.
Well,
I still need to play that one, man.
I won't argue with that one.
just a little biased, but no,
just
seriously, I thought 2010 was great. I thought they took a nice attitude to it. I loved when you did the side-scrolling stuff because it felt like a modernized version. You could tell that.
But man, if we're moving from Splatterhouse 2, I just like to mention that story from a friend of mine, that I mentioned.
Yeah,
it's funny because I think it really goes deep in stuff like the disconnect between box art and stuff, right? Because while the guy always liked horror and stuff, when he first played Splatterhouse 2, he was still a little kid, he was the same age I had when I played Splatterhouse 3 the first time.
Mm-hmm.
So he says he got Splatterhouse 2, the American version, and he saw the cover art, and he's like, "There's some goofy shit, like the Cap Attack, it's like it's horror themed, but it's not a horror game, We're gonna have a good time. It's a matinee."
I'm gonna I'm going to go on record here real quick to say that the American Splatterhouse 2 cover, and also by extension the Euro one, because it's the same artwork, sucks.
It was terrible.
Full agreement.
Did I do the cover? I don't remember. I got to go back and look. Because I started a new thing for the reviews where I would look at the cover. I think I did bitch about the box art because I remember the American box art looked phenomenal. Wait, did I say the American? No, the Japanese box art looked phenomenal.
Japanese one's great.
I have to go back and clarify. If I said American, I fucked up. I'm stupid. But the Japanese version looked phenomenal. Rick with the cute little octopus looking mad at him, the spooky ghost. That mask, oh my god!
Yeah,
the xenomorph.
You look at that and you'll go, oh, they, when I looked at it as a kid, I went, hey, they gave Casey Jones his own game.
Now, see, there's a reason that when Dave Wilkins was doing all the promotional artwork for Splatterhouse 2010, that he went with the Japanese cover of Splatterhouse 2 to recreate in his own style, as opposed to the original. Or the American one. Yeah.
No, man, Dave is a fucking talent. I wonder what that guy's doing. I know he even drew a Marvel comic once, but
he's done a lot.
It's been a while I saw his art.
It's comics. That's his big thing. So he's still doing that. Real quick.
God bless him.
Oh, yeah. Real quick, I want to go back into the chat here. Eric had asked a question. If you're still here, Eric, the question is, has anyone found more evidence of Splatter World? Yeah.
Unfortunately, just what we have so far.
Yep, it's just the video.
I think we can. I think we can go into that. But just to wrap up that little story I was telling, since the box art was so goofy, this friend of mine was playing it and he didn't find it scary. He was like, no, everybody's having a good time. It's not that scary.
Yeah,
he said that
and
he
I love
got
that.
to
Everybody's having a good time.
Yeah, but here's the thing: he got to the altar level, and he's like, I'm playing it at night, almost midnight. Rick just starts mumbling, nonsense in that dead voice. Jennifer comes out, she hovers a little. Then a bunch of hands from hell grab her back. She screams, and this deformed monstrosity starts attacking you.
Yep.
And he's like, this shit's scary.
And I think that actually that could have landed them in some hot shit, especially with what was going on, because they totally downplayed the severity of that game. Splatterhouse 2 with that American cover.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
You're like,
absolutely.
As Rodrigo said, yeah, they're all having a good time. I love that.
Yeah, man.
It looks like everyone's having fun. Look at that cute little octopus over there. He's got a mad face on.
Yeah, man. The little it has that little Disney face, right? Holy shit, that's so bad.
And then you play it. You got Michael Jackson screaming memes. Woo! Jumping all over the place. Spikes. Fart bubbles getting you. It's just everything. But to just wrap a bow up, because I know I've been yapping about shit. Splatterhouse 2010 I think is absolutely excellent. What I was able to play of it, I never got a chance to finish it. I do have a modded PS3 and I have it downloaded on there. I need to kind of get over my fucking mental bullshit and just plug it into my my capture card and start running some PS3 games, and then we can finally make it happen. But if I was going to rank everything, just at the end of everything, I would have to say Splatterhouse, the arcade, definitely top number 1. Splatterhouse 2010 gets number 3. I'd have to say Splatterhouse 3 gets number 4. Splatterhouse 2 gets number 5. And sitting up there at number 2 is Wenpaku Graffiti. Holy fuck, that game is amazing.
Hell yeah.
And just because Splatterhouse 2 is at the bottom 5 and at the very bottom of my personal list, it doesn't make it bad. It's just there's only 5 games. I have to kind of put I have to put something in 5. And that doesn't mean that I'm going to try to make 2 feel better. But no, straight up. It would be Splatterhouse Arcade / TurboGrafx 16, and then you get Wenpaku Graffiti, and then you get 2010, because 2010 was just amazing. Even though I haven't finished it, I still think it's amazing, because you can tell that there was love. And that's what I look for in a lot of games too, is that if you can tell that they loved what they were doing and they cared about what they were doing, that means a lot to me personally. And 3 definitely would have to sit at 4, and then 2 would sit at 5.
There you go. Now, I got to say, if Splatter World had ever come out, then we would actually have a proper sequel to Unpopular Graffiti, except it being an RPG.
Which, not to cut you off, I know I've talked enough, but I just have one quick question about the Splatter World thing. Since you mentioned RPG, would this kind of be like Snatcher and SD Snatcher?
Let me go ahead and pull up my section of West Mansion on it, because I've got a whole page on West Mansion devoted to it. Let's see.
And I'll shut up, I promise, everybody. but it's just when you mentioned RPG, it made me think of SD Snatcher.
Well, it's still SD, but it looks more like a traditional JRPG. So, in fact, I'm going to link.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm going to link to it. So
because seriously, from what Fatal said, he's worried he's talking too much. I think that's my case, to be honest. I'm trying to give other people more chance to talk.
Yeah, but you know what? This is what I chalk it up to be honest with you, Rodrigo. We love what we're talking about, so of course we're going to get excited and want to talk about it, because how often do you really get to sit down with somebody and talk about Splatterhouse?
See, exactly. It's like in 2 years.
Once a year. Once a year.
In 2 years, we've only had 2 real Splatterhouse streams. This is the second one. The first time, it was basically myself and Derek from Stop Skeletons from Fighting, who just went off for 4 hours on the whole series. Mike was chiming in. We had Merc was there. And it went for 4 hours, and we had an audience like we do right now, and it was great. So I wanted to try and recapture that, but with some fresh perspectives and new faces.
Yeah. So now, Mike, where would you rank everything?
Yeah, Mike.
Geez, well, 1 at the top, and I haven't really thought about the order of the rest. I guess 3 as my second favorite. Oh shit! But where do I put Unpopular Graffiti? Shit. Hey, shut up! This is hard. That was well timed. I'll give you that. I mean, I would probably put Unpopular Graffiti. What the fucking hell was that? Seriously, what the shit? I had never heard that before.
That wasn't me. All right.
It wasn't me either, but it's like, it sounded like a screaming Mimi doing some Listerine or something.
Also, good night, Mo. Thanks for stopping in, as always.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mo. See you when we see you. Take care.
Yep.
I guess.
I'm sorry. I hear Marie now. I want to play full. Mo. Holy shit! I'm sorry. It just hit me. I got to write this down. If I ever do a review for Full Throttle, which, oh my god, great point and click game.
Oh yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to do my Simpsons cutaway. Mo.
Don't forget, Mo work and Mo play makes Mo and Mo. Mo.
Hey, Homer.
Yeah.
Hi, Homer. What's the matter?
And
dude, I'm telling you, man, I gotta become a voice actor. Seriously.
Oh wait, you want to hear some voice acting? All right, this one is gonna blow you away, because personally, I feel out of all the voices that I could do, this is one of my favorite. A garage. Oh, somebody up there likes me.
Wow.
Nice.
That's a really dead-on auto.
That is. And yes, Vlagar, I had Derek on for the first Splatterhouse stream. You can look that one up. The whole thing's archived here and under the same playlist this is in.
Yeah, I was trying not to gush like the fanboy I am, because I do like his bids a lot, but it was cool having him on.
The funny thing about you, Mike.
This part, dude, your dad is right. I am a sponge. He called you a sponge. Sponge? Does this like something a sponge would do?
Isn't that Randy Savage from the Space Ghost episode?
Oh God, I can actually do Randy Savage.
Oh, it really sounds like him, man.
If you want to play some fucking horror games here, we're gonna
that's right.
Yeah, you're gonna go ahead and do a fucking elbow drop right on fucking Rick's head. Yeah, man.
You got to do the snap into a Slim Jim now.
Snap into a Slim Jim. Ooh, yeah. Yeah.
Perfect. 10-10, no notes.
That's it. I'm gonna have to do a review like that. Just do like Macho Man reviews and just be like,
do it, man. Seriously,
Lord's
do it.
Nightmare. You know, this fucking game
No, seriously. You did you see this episode where Randy goes into the space, goes coast to coast?
Yeah.
No, man, that shit. So it's like I'm going through hit so hard until I spell the name of my first love, which is the lovely Elizabeth. By the way,
The lovely Elizabeth.
Like-
you know, things didn't work out so well with Elizabeth. You know, I tried
Holy
to
shit,
keep her
man.
away from the boys, and then they got a hold of her, and look what fucking happened. Everybody likes to go ahead and say that Macho Man was controlling, but you know something? Let me tell you something. At least Elizabeth left me alive.
You know, at least you're doing a WWF wrestler that I actually know.
Yeah.
I stopped watching wrestling around 88, so I didn't keep up with nearly
I'm more
anything
of the
after
old
that.
school type myself.
Yeah.
Like there's one that everybody says they like, but it's like when you step into the ring with Bret the Hitman Hart, you're taking on the best there is, the best there was, and the best there ever will be. But my name is Otto. I love to get blotto.
Yeah.
I had to do that one just for Holger.
Side note regarding the WWF, my father actually met Andre the Giant once.
oh, nice, man.
Yeah, my parents had gone to see him wrestle sometime back in the 70s, and it turns out that they actually found out where he was going afterwards. It was a local bar. Dad drove up there, went inside, met him. He said that when he shook his hand, it was like he was a small child compared to Andre. And
Holy
Nice.
got
How
him
many
to
people have said that?
so many. But he got him to autograph a card from the fight. One of the advertisements they did.
That is cool.
Unfortunately, that has been lost to time. I remember seeing it once. Don't know what happened to it.
Did
Man,
you
this-
ever hear the Arnold story?
Maybe.
All right. Who here is a Conan fan?
Oh, as in the Barbarian.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Did you know that Andre the Giant played Dagoth, the Dreaming God, in Conan the Destroyer?
You know, I watched that movie once. And
What the hell's wrong with you? That movie was amazing.
well, it wasn't even that long ago. I'd skipped it for some reason. So at one
Go
point,
back and watch. Well,
I
that
decided.
big fucking lizard. Oh, sorry.
At one point, I just decided to watch the entire Loose trilogy because I included Red Sonja.
Oh,
So, because I remember seeing Conan the Barbarian way back when, but I hadn't watched it in years. I only saw pictures of the Destroyer. And
yeah.
Red Sonja, I'd heard, this isn't really that good. But I watched it anyway. But no, I missed Andre completely in that.
Yeah, no, that big monster that got up at the end of the movie that they had to put the horn into, inside that suit was none other than Andre the Giant.
No shit.
There is a very famous photo of Arnold standing in between Andre and Wilt Chamberlain, who was Bombada, holding
Yeah.
Arnold up. And Arnold's got like his legs off the ground, and they're all... But Arnold told this story about how they all went out to dinner. And he's like, I always pay for everything because, I'm the star of the movie. But it turns out that Andre, he likes to be generous to people, So I go and I tell him, don't worry about the check. I got it. And he's like, no, I have it. And then I go and I sneak off to go pay the check. And then these big arms come around me and my legs are dragging. And he leaves me up on the shelf. And then he say, I pay. And then he paid for everybody. Nice man. Very nice man.
Yeah. That totally tracks. I remember watching some of the behind the scenes stuff for The Princess Bride, and they would say the same thing about him.
Yeah, that he was extraordinarily... Just don't
talking
piss him off.
about talking about Andre, man, I can only think about how much money could this guy have made if he sued Capcom.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Oh, for Final Fight, yeah.
Yeah.
But anyways, let's go back to Splatterhouse now. That was a nice aside.
I was going to say, you're saying Derek said something about me?
Who said that? Me?
From Skeleton.
Yeah. You were going to say something about our guest Derek from the last stream, and
Yeah, Derek is seriously cool. I just remember you being like, "Oh my god, you got Derek from Stop Scaling to Fight, the Happy Video Game Nerd." It's like, yeah, I've known him for years.
Right.
What?
No, I was just being a total gusher. I thought he said something about it.
No.
Never mind.
No, you were just
anyway.
You were just surprised. It's like, if someone's done something Splatterhouse related, chances are they've encountered me at some point.
Anyway, now that I've had a lot of time to think about it, 1 Wanpaku, 3 to 2010 would be my order. As much as I did like the 2010 revival, I do have to admit that the very palpable crunch and running out of budget impacted the last third of the game in a rather unfortunately feelable way. And while I know why it turned out the way that it did, it is so unfortunate that the product was kind of crippled as a result. So
we could call that the Aliens 3 of the Splatterhouse series.
Well, it's not insulting now.
No. What I mean is, it's just in the ideology that it was going to be great until it got fucked with, and then once it got fucked with, that was the end of it.
Oh, you want to talk Splatterhouse 2010 getting fucked with? I know the story.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I was there for a good chunk of it.
Exactly, yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah, so I mean, you would know better than anybody that originally 2010 was going to be a banger. It was absolutely going to be a banger. And I mean, this is something that would have attracted so many fans to the franchise, and the best part is that you would have had the first 3 games unlockable, which at the time, emulation wasn't that big of a thing. So being able to go back and play the original games as they were intended would have been amazing.
Yeah, Rob might have had something to do with that.
Maybe.
Wink.
Let's just say that
maybe.
If you enjoyed the fact that the original trilogy were unlockables in that game, all I have to say is you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah,
He's right to take pride about that.
No, dude, take pride in that. And totally. I just want to quick address Eric. Am I the only one who thinks that Splatterhouse and Castlevania could be comparable as goth pop video games? Absolutely.
Yeah.
Well,
definitely see that.
The only thing here is that Splatterhouse began in arcades. Castlevania did not. Haunted Castle didn't come along until a couple years after the original few Castlevania games.
Akamaju Densetsu.
Yep. And have I kept up with the dev crew? Not as much as I'd like.
It was Haunted Castle, and it was just, I think it was just Akumajo Dracula in Japan, I think.
Yeah.
The arcade one.
But no, Vlagar, I haven't kept up with the dev crew as much as I'd like. Occasionally I'll talk to Dave Wilkins. Even more time goes past that I don't talk to Dan Tovar. But I'd like to see him get back together and actually be given the green light to finally conclude the story from the 2010 game.
Yeah, even if they have to do it in the form of another
a cliffhanger.
Yeah, even if it has to happen in another medium, like a comic or even a audio drama or whatever, that it just I hate cliffhangers, especially if they don't get resolved.
Go on, please. I just wanted to say, I mean, I don't want to cut you off, but I think you struck gold there. Let's do a comic.
Exactly. If they're able to. I mean, one of them's an artist, right?
Dave Wilkins.
So
yeah.
It's free real estate.
Yeah. On top of that, what they need to do is actually introduce the one villain that I wanted to see them bring back, but they couldn't do it because they were out of time. Because I talked to Dan Tovar about this when I met him. I wanted to see Master Dead come into it.
Oh, that would have been awesome.
Yes.
Is that the flashing pumpkin-headed ballbuster?
That's the guy.
That's the guy. Yep.
Him.
And there was also a thing about Hell Chaos, too. It's like he does appear in the final game, but he's only like a decoration on a door or something like that.
I think I remember that.
Who wouldn't have enjoyed fighting a 3D Hell Chaos? Like arms popping up all over the place, and that would have been nuts.
Yeah, I could see something like that. I wouldn't really.
You know, since you mentioned bringing back people, and I promise this is on Splatterhouse topic.
No worries.
But no, seriously, this just shows a level of confusion that I'm sure a lot of people had. Like, I personally was confused about this part. And I know that it was finally explained to me by Rob, because Rob is the authority on Splatterhouse. I'm proud to say that.
Thank you.
When I played Splatterhouse 2 as a review, I was like, who the fuck is this guy? Is this Dr. West? But I thought Dr. West's head rose out of the ground at the end of 1 from the grave, like Evil Dead. See the Evil Dead reference? Like, it was like, you had the cross in the ground, which was changed to something else because, Americans are terrified of having stuff in their games at that point.
Yeah, it changed to a tombstone.
Yeah. So I'm like, is this Dr. West coming out and he's free now? Or is this asshole on the lab? And then it turned out to be a completely different guy who I didn't know who the hell it was. You know who I'm talking about, the fuckhead who throws the potions at you like he's Frankenstein in Castlevania 4, and then when you reach the end of the room, he runs out of stuff and he stands there till you punch his head off.
Now, as I recall, and I'm going by Rodrigo's old Lost in Translation articles here, which if I recall correctly, Rodrigo, you did say that these were you're not really, they could use some updating, basically.
Yeah, I mean, if I can give a very good example, I didn't know it. I could barely get by with Japanese at the time, so I'd look at a sentence that was very clunky, and I wouldn't think to rewrite it. So you have stuff like, the bag is worn by big men, and these days I read this and I just cringe, It's like, holy fuck, what was I thinking? Like, I wasn't thinking. I was too young to think or something like that.
Well, anyway, the entry you did on Splatterhouse 2 did actually say that was Dr. West's reanimated corpse.
Huh.
So,
yeah, I mean, if I can just do a very quick aside, I posted a bunch of new scans for Rob to put on West Mansion this year.
You guys did all the legwork on this stuff. So even with whatever I looked up to try to intelligently read this shit for everybody, like all 70 people that watched it. But seriously, you guys did all this legwork, and anything new that you could glean, please, I'd love to hear it.
Absolutely.
Well, yeah, the thing is, I was doing the documentary, and I was really looking for all the Japanese, content I could find, and I saw Namco. They had a in-house magazine that they published to promote their games, and in their Splatterhouse 2 article, there's a shot of the zombie doctor, and it's stated, with no uncertainty that this is Dr. West, which is funny because in the Japanese manual for Splatterhouse 2, they actually don't show him. They say all the time you're in West's new mansion. They don't clarify if the zombie doctor is actually West. With the article from the magazine, there's no doubt anymore. The zombie doctor, that's actually Dr. West.
Yeah, Dr. Mueller was created by the... how would you put it exactly? The localization team. That whole story about
good way to put it.
Yeah, the Mueller mansion and all this. Dr. Mueller doesn't exist. So strictly created by the localization team. And another early rumor I had to shoot down finally was that West Mansion had rebuilt itself in Splatterhouse 2. And it's like, actually, no, because you see the ruins of West Mansion at the beginning as it's panning over to see the hidden house. And when you start the game, you're actually in the ruins of West Mansion, like you mentioned earlier. So, fighting the burned dead men from the end of the first game.
Mm-hmm.
So, and it's amazing how many people just didn't make that connection. Even for a time.
I have to admit I didn't until tonight. God damn, I'm so slow.
That connection hit me and I loved it. And I'm like, cool. And the reason why that hit me personally is because I am a sucker for sequels in video games where you go and revisit the ruins of somewhere that you were at in the last game.
Oh,
that is always a cool trope. Yes.
Wait a minute, Fatal. You're telling me that you knew that the first level was the remains of the last level from Splatterhouse 1 without knowing the stuff about the Japanese side of things?
Yeah, 1,000%. I knew that.
You're ahead of the curve, man. I myself only realized after I saw the manual.
Well, the reason why I knew that is like the examples that I can give you is one of my favorite games ever, Castlevania 2: Simon's Quest. We're not going to get into whether or not people like it or hate it, but I always found it really cool that the last part that you go to, even though I was scared of it, I liked that you go into the remains of Castle Dracula. And then, of course, you get angry video game nerd. Why is it empty? What's the point of this? Because it's dead.
Yeah.
It's meant to be empty because you fucking blew up Dracula's house and they escaped and now they're roaming the lands. You know, I get that. But the whole point is like, I love doing that. And it's like, even in Castlevania Bloodlines, you go back and you're in the remains of Dracula's throne room. Yeah. I love when they do shit like that. So it was it's something that just sticks out to me like a sore thumb. So when I see these burned, decaying things, I'm like, these were the flaming monsters that were jumping at me.
You know,
seriously, way ahead of the curve.
Yeah, I have to admit, when I first played Splatterhouse 2, way back when, I did not make that connection immediately. But the more I played it, the more I watched the openings, like, wait a minute. Those look like ruins. And all that shit that's burned in the first stage. Holy shit, you're actually in West Mansion.
See, it's hard for me to look at it any other way, because even though, granted, there's so much confusion about shit. We just got the fucking scoop right here from two people who really know this franchise in and out, that there is no Dr. Mueller. You know, this is how confusing the storyline is.
Oh, yeah.
It's like I can't even fathom looking at it any other way, because it's like when you look at something, associate it with something. Like, before you knew, what did you think it was?
Well, all I know is I bought the whole Dr. Mueller thing because that was all I knew at the time. And then later on...
Well, didn't they try to explain it in the instruction manual? I remember seeing a picture. The son of a bitch looked like an evil German doctor with the goatee and everything.
No, that was...
with the lab coat.
That was from the PC Engine version of the original Splatterhouse. So
really,
that was West.
Yeah.
If you're talking about Mueller, give me one sec here. I'll quote you exactly what it said. All right, Splatterhouse.
Because Mueller, he doesn't have any artwork. That's true. I mean, the English manual for Splatterhouse, it doesn't have any pictures for Mueller. It just says Mueller is a real thing, man. You know, source, trust me, bro. That kind of thing.
Basically, what it says in the manual is excerpted from the Journal of Paranormal Phenomena, August 1989. In the thick jungles of Cancun, I have discovered the site of an ancient Mayan temple. Most unusual is the discovery of a mask quite unlike anything that had been found before. Carved from a bone-like material, it seemed to be a representation of a deity. This mask was attached to the wearer's head with interesting straps that were fashioned to look like skeletal hands. Ruins found in the area refer to this relic as the Terror Head, or perhaps a better translation would be the Terror Mask. This is a breakthrough discovery. After that, you get the one concrete mention of Mueller in the manual. Excerpted from a letter of Dr. Mueller to a friend. Dear Klaus, this mask is incredible. You mentioned reading my piece in JOPP. However, I couldn't mention in the article the aura of power surrounding this thing. You pick it up and shiver. A primal wave rushes up your spine. When you visit, we'll have to go over it. The lake is lovely this fall, and the fish are biting. See you. And from there, they go into the actual introduction about Rick and Jennifer.
Yeah.
So
yeah, cause, and I'm checking this out right here. They completely changed all this shit in the American version.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, man. Here's the funny thing. I asked this to the producer, and he says he doesn't know why the things changed. They were given the things to change, and they changed it in Japan, so they could sell the game here in the West. The funny thing is that the best thing we can guess is that they changed everything because they were afraid of a lawsuit.
Friday the 13th.
No,
Well, I
more
can
the
see
Dr.
changing
West
that.
thing, right? You know,
Reanimator.
everything. It's Friday the yeah, exactly. It's Friday the 13th, and then Dr. West talking about zombies. They probably were all like, dude, you know, they were scrambling. You know, come up with something fast.
Yep.
That's crazy.
I have to admit, usually when someone says something about lawsuits and Splatterhouse, first thing comes into my mind is Friday the 13th.
Yes.
With good reason.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I was shocked, man, because, you know, Rob has an absolute treasure trove of old magazines in his site. And when I was putting together the documentary, I was trying to create a timeline of how the arcade game was and the release and everything. And there was like at least 2 magazines saying Splatterhouse is a Friday the 13th game where Jason kills zombies. That was it.
That is ridiculous.
Yeah, but you know they were saying it.
To this day,
sadly,
there are people that see pictures of Rick and go, "Oh, well, she plays Jason in this game."
Yep.
I mean, you know, just so you know, Fatal, the artist himself, when Rob tracked him down, the artist for the first Splatterhouse, he was under the assumption it was a licensed game.
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, I think it seems like Namco basically told him, you're going to draw a real strong guy wearing a mask killing people. And he was like, okay, that's Jason.
Yep. And when I interviewed him, he said, let me pull that interview up. Okay. All right. I asked him, this may seem like a very obvious question, but was Rick's design influenced by the look of Jason Voorhees from the Friday the 13th movies? And Takashi Oda said, yes, I was instructed to draw a brawny man in a hockey mask. Therefore, I thought it was a Voorhees game and drew it. Because I misunderstood that it was a project that had not been revealed to me, a newcomer, one morning I was told it was not good to look too much like Voorhees. That's when I knew it wasn't licensed. I erased the red pattern on the mask and made the curvature stronger. But the save name of the file was JSON until the end.
Wow.
Oops.
And the only reason there wasn't an A in there is because there was a 4-character limit.
That's wild.
Oh, and Rob, the funny thing, while I was still putting the documentary together, it seems every sentence I say comes with this disclaimer. I'm getting tired of myself. But when I was doing that, I was looking at the archives of the old forum and I couldn't find it. But I remember that someone decompiled the Java code for the port of the Splatterhouse arcade when the 2010 game came out. And back then, the guy already saw the JSON file name, but I couldn't find the actual post.
It's probably buried in the archive somewhere.
Yeah, I just couldn't
just
find
to
it.
do just a quick lightning round. Favorite masks?
Splatterhouse 3.
Splatterhouse 3.
One that isn't the USA Splatterhouse 2 one.
Always got to be
2010.
You know,
yeah, that's good too.
Splatterhouse.
It finally got its own identity at that point.
I thought 2010 was a natural evolution of the way the mask looked in 3.
That one did look cool, yeah.
Yeah.
It seems like it seems a little more streamlined than the one in 3, but I think I like the way the one from 3 kind of looks a little more, I don't know,
It's
rough,
a little more
I
organic.
Mm-hmm. Now, I will give one thing.
Organic. That's a good way to put it.
I will give one thing to the 2010 mask over 3. The voice.
Well, of course.
Snark, 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 snark. I love it.
I just thought that I just think that by 2010 it had its own look. It had its own identity. Because I mean, obviously the first one, Jason Voorhees, 1000%. I can even tell you which Friday the 13th it was based off of, for fuck's sake. And we all know that the Timu Rick. Obviously, that was just, okay, we're going to change it red.
Yeah.
That U.S. Part 2 skull shit.
You know, I feel exactly the same way. But
Faith, can you just boost your volume a little, man? I think you're coming a little low.
Say again, Rodrigo?
I think Fato's coming a little low. Do you think he could boost his volume a little?
No, I'm right here. I was sitting
okay,
back
that's better,
just a
man.
little bit.
Thanks.
But yeah, no, that skull shit in Splatterhouse, you know, and then we went to the Japanese mask, you know, in the Japanese version, it looked like a kabuki mask, and then I'm just like, Well, that takes out the whole, the Mayan thing, maybe Mesopotamian. You know, the Part 3 one made me think of the Predator mask.
I
Hey,
kind
I
of
can
see that, yeah.
man.
Yeah.
It absolutely
It's
made
also
me think of Predator.
it's also funny, man, because you mentioned how the Part 2 mask, since Part 2 is the Japanese title, does take all the Mayan thing away. And it's funny because there's no mention of anything Mayan in the Japanese side of things. They never mention that.
Mm.
You'd have to wonder if most of the average people out there would. I mean, I like people in America and people in South America would probably know about Mayan culture, But
Yeah.
I mean, imagine what the Japanese side. I don't want to come across wrong, Not saying that they know less than us, but I mean, it's also like, how much would they know being in Japan about like a culture that has been long lost all the way across the world? It's
Yeah, but
Sumerian, not
sometimes
Babylonian.
I have seen stuff from Japan that does mention, Mayans and Mayan mythology. But I think I get what you're coming from. It's like, it's more on our periphery in the West, right? They have other cultures that are closer to Japanese culture that I think to be more,
Like
more
they
in
could
their
call it a
everyday,
Chinese
right?
mask.
In their routine.
Yeah, like over there they could call it a Chinese mask or a Buddhist mask.
Yeah,
Or well, they
exactly.
couldn't call it a Buddhist mask if they were releasing it in China. This is besides the point. Or it could be an ancient like Hindu mask or something like that, just because it's a little more closer geographically.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, you mentioned both the skull mask and the kabuki mask, as you put it. Question is, have you ever seen any pictures of the prototype for 2?
I'd have to see it to know if I had seen it and if I gone over it. Let me take a look real quick.
Yeah, there you go. I just linked to it in the chat.
All right, thank you. I'd have to see it to know if I didn't see it. It was red.
But look at what it is.
I can't really zoom into that.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to zoom into. It was a small picture when I found it. But it is basically a red version of the kabuki mask.
Okay.
That's what he was going to wear originally.
And that's connected to the TurboGrafx 16 thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, and you know what? I can understand the thought process behind it because, once again, this is the early 90s. We weren't able to get Splatterhouse Arcade.
Right.
All we had was the TurboGrafx 16. So naturally, you'd make that connection. I'm still more concerned about the fact that the first boss looks like a dick and balls.
the dead man fat. Oh. Also, another fun fact about the red mask. As of the 2010 game, it's officially canon, I guess you could say. Well, you know
the
what?
mirror rigs, right?
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Dave Wilkins contacted me one day. He's like, hey, can you send me reference photos of all the different masks from all the Splatterhouse games? I'm like, yeah. And he's like, hey, make sure you include the red mask from the TurboGrafx one. No problem. So I sent him, everything I had. And he tells me after that, he's like, yeah, what I'm going to do, I'm giving Mirror Rick the red mask. It's like, so you're actually putting the red mask in the game, and it's holy shit.
It's a nice touch, and I really didn't mind the red mask that much.
No, it was just, of course, keep in mind, I played the arcade game after I played the TurboGrafx game, but before I played Splatterhouse 2.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember seeing the arcade game for the first time and going, wow, he looks more like Jason Voorhees than he did in the home version. Huh. I think I see why they changed it. A no mask. It might be a no mask.
The one thing that I'm actually curious about, you would know more.
Okay.
Since I have not gone through 2010 completely, I didn't get the chance to. Are choosing different masks a thing?
Yes, but here's the
Bunch
catch.
of them, actually.
Here's the catch. They were all DLC.
Yeah, kind of like Metal Gear with the camo.
Yeah, with one exception. When you finish the game, doesn't matter which console, you will get a new mask that you can choose to wear. But there's one exclusive to the 360, one exclusive to the PS3. I got pictures of all of them, though.
Remember the 360 one? That one felt pretty cool, you know. It had the free green orbs, right?
Yeah. And the PS3 mask was more horned and had like silver swirls on it. But let me pull up West Mansion here. Let me pull up the roster of masks that I have. Okay. 2010. Okay. Website here. There we go. Let it load up. I also have pictures of all the different achievements as well. So, okay, yeah. There was 4 DLC masks. One was called the Dios de los Muertos mask, which is very Sugar Skull inspired. That's and there was also the Skull mask inspired by Splatterhouse too. The Corrupted mask, which was a completely original design, and the Retro Hockey mask, which is red. That's the other thing. That's the other thing that Dave was using the reference pictures of the masks for. Unfortunately,
I could dig that too.
Yeah, they're not available anymore, of course, since I'm pretty sure that Xbox Live for the 360 is over and done with.
Sadly, yes.
Yeah, and there was
finding that stuff is such a pain in the ass.
Maybe people who had dumps of the the Live Arcade and that sort of thing that still have modded consoles. Maybe they still have that. Maybe.
Well, I can tell you, I backed up the entire contents of my 360's hard drive. I don't know exactly what to do with it.
There you go.
But I have all the DLC.
Yeah, but that's what I'm gonna say. If you get in touch with someone who knows the ins and outs, maybe they can restore it somehow.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Kung Fu Man.
I don't doubt it for a second.
Kung Fu Man probably already has the stuff already. In fact, he did the initial. He did the initial attempt to actually port the PS3 exclusive mask into the 360 game, and
I remember what he was working on. That man was the GOAT, man.
Yeah, it was.
The amounts of stuff he patched back into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Unfortunately, it didn't quite take with the PS3 mask. So,
God damn it.
The other DLC that was released, we got the Killing Floor, which is just basically a big white room. There was the Lost Islands, which was supposed to be a stage in the game at one point. And let's see. There was also Hall of Mirrors and Heart of the Mansion. They included those in a Survival Arena 4-pack. And there was also a Splatterhouse premium theme for the Xbox dashboard. As soon as I had that, I put it on my dashboard. It has never left. So
I understandably so.
Yeah. And I'm looking up here at the achievements now, and I see one of the ones that I was personally responsible for. Let's see. Well, I know it's up here anyway. Oh, it's right at the top. Yeah, it's the one that you get after you complete Phase 4. The achievement would be Garbage of Cesspool.
I was literally going to ask about that.
I was standing outside the Palladium in Worcester during the New England Metal and Hardcore Festival 12 back in 2010. I was talking to Dave. And I asked him, originally, he's like, well, we're going to get Wampaku Graffiti with this too? And he's like, we considered it, but it just doesn't have the same tone that we're looking for. I'm just like, damn. Because that would have been perfect, because it would have been the entire Splatterhouse series on one disc. He's like, yeah, well, I said, well, let me ask you this. You ever heard the phrase, be garbage or cesspool? No? What is that? Like, that has become a big thing with the fan base. It's almost like an in-joke. It's actually one of the English phrases from Wampaku. And he goes, really? He pulls out his BlackBerry, And he starts typing. And he's like, what was that again? Be garbage of cesspool? Yeah. And then he finishes typing, holds up his phone screen to show me. There, it's on the official Twitter account. I'm like, you really just put it on? That's awesome. And I said to him, it's like, I think any of the Splatterhouse fans who know I was coming here today are going to see this and kind of interpret it as a message from me. And in a way, they're right.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, I made it a point to screenshot that a long time ago. But yeah, so that's how Be Garbage or Cesspool came to be in the Splatterhouse 2010 achievements. For that matter, there is some graffiti on the walls in the meat factory, written in blood, that basically says the same thing. And also, later you find Hell House, ha ha ha, which is another reference to Wanpaku. I pitched that idea to Dave Wilkins. I was like, can you just leave a couple of messages written in blood on the walls, like graffiti? Get it? Because, it's from Wanpaku graffiti, it's graffiti, you get it. He's like, yeah, I can totally do that. And he did.
Did you guys give Ghosts Come Here Zifaray a shout out or something? Because that's one of my favorites.
I tried to give him as many phrases as I could. It was up to him as to which ones he was going to include.
I see now.
Yeah.
Because, Big Garbage of Cesspool is basically, you can't miss it. It's how can I say? It's the showstopper.
Yeah.
But Ghost Comes Here with a Ray. It's like, no, I like that.
That's a good one. But, in the end, they actually put more references to Wanpaku in the game than I expected. It's like when you find some of the Jennifer pictures, it'll mention, like, taken at the Wanpaku Graffiti nightclub or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So, speaking of which, I do have an entire archive of the Jennifer pictures, including the ones that were meant for the canceled Japanese release, which are censored with blood splotches.
Oh, okay.
Oh, damn.
And
I was going to ask, that they're going to get more than we did.
Well, actually, there are 4 pictures which never got used.
Oh, really?
Oh, hello.
Yeah. I've got all 4 of them. All right, Aris, have a good one.
Yeah, see you, Aris. Thank you for stopping in.
So, and if anyone's brave enough to go ahead and want to check this out, I can just tell you, I'm not going to link it. Let me see. I just gotta. What you want to do is go to West Mansion and go to the section on the 2010 game and go to the additional info page, and then just scroll down. And that's all I'm going to say.
All right, let's see.
And the first person who finds it, let me know.
I was about to run out and grab a Pepsi. You got me into this now.
You'll find a lot of
what part did you say again?
All right. When you go to the 2010 page, go to the additional info page.
So 2010.
I found it.
Mm-hmm. And if you also look right above that, you'll see
additional info.
Yeah.
Rick sticker. Oh, all the gen pics.
But look right above that too. So if you want to see every Terror Mass picture, including the PS3
I see that, yeah.
Xbox exclusives, they're all in there.
And the cut content from Bottle Rocket and Namco.
Yep, and actually there's some additional stuff in the Terror Mask ones. There is a lock mask thing, which is basically just a silhouette of Rick with a question mark over his face.
See, I can deal with the pictures of Jennifer here, just as long as she's not transformed. That's what I was afraid of.
Oh, no, nothing like that. This is all...
If she was like this and transformed, then holy fucking shit, I'd run.
But
oh, Keenan.
You can tell which ones are which, though, because if it says JPN after it, that's the censor ones from the canceled Japanese release. And if it says cut, that should be the ones that were cut. Let me see.
I see. Oh,
yep,
damn.
that's one of them.
Okay.
You know what I find funny, man?
That's another one.
Japan loves to up the gore and horny stuff in everything they make, but every time they get something from the West that is horny or violent, they censor it. I don't get it.
It is really weird. Yeah, I'm not sure what's
Censorship
up
is
with
funny.
that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go grab a Pepsi real quick.
All right.
Right, man.
Sure.
Kind of curious now. Did they actually only have 3 cut pictures? I thought it was 4. Let me see.
Yeah, from the file names, cut 1, cut 2, cut 3.
I guess that's it. Yeah, plus stuff from Kung Fu Man. Cut content from Bottle Rocket. Namco.
Yeah.
The Bottle Rocket design document. That is totally worth looking at.
I was aware you had that. No, I'm gonna have to take a look at it when I have time.
Oh, yeah, you definitely should. And there's also the size comparison chart, where we actually get to see some of the monsters that didn't make the cut. Like, there's some kind of bird-looking thing. And
Rob, let me ask you this. I always remembered from the original Bottle Rocket pitch that you weren't going to have a life bar, that Rick was going to be the life bar. I kind of wish that stayed in the final release, to be honest.
yeah, that would have been interesting. And, if you look at that size comparison chart, you can see what was supposed to be apparently the final boss of the game, but in the game itself, the way it came out, it's reduced to being a shadow in a tank. And that would be Lord Thule, the Cthulhu-esque monstrosity.
Yeah, but that's what I wanted to ask. The thing, to the side of the Cthulhu thing, this kind of reminds me of Hell Chaos.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, what's that? Is it in the game?
Nope. Not that I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, it honestly really looks like Hell Chaos.
And now most of these are from Bottle Rocket. So there's a lot of stuff that got cut, like Clawface, and I don't know what the hell that thing is between Clawface and Robo-Ape.
One thing I was always curious about, because we always talk about, obviously this thing was inspired by different types of horror. Did you think that Jennifer Transformed was inspired by Henrietta from Evil Dead 2?
It is completely possible.
Yeah, I think Evil Dead 2 was already out by the time the arcade came out, right?
Yeah.
It was.
Because Evil Dead 2 came out in 87. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
but just so you know, Fatal, Jennifer was at least named for Jennifer from Phenomena as well, just like in Clock Tower.
Oh, Jennifer Connelly. No shit.
Yeah.
Jennifer
They
Connelly.
must have had a Jennifer fetish over there.
Oh, yeah. If you look in that design documents folder I have up there, there's a lot of interesting pictures in there. You get a full look at the lobby portrait that was hanging in West Mansion with West and Lenora.
Let's take a look. Just checking this out.
Hey, there's something I made in this folder.
Oh, you found that, did you?
Yeah, the OST cover.
Yep. I don't remember how it got in there, but it's in there. So, which is funny because I have them
been a while.
I have those linked separately on the site too. So,
yeah,
Why was
I mean,
Rick
it's been a
always
while.
barefoot is what I always wondered.
what's up?
Why was Rick always barefoot?
That is something else that Takashi Oda addressed. Let me see if I can.
Yeah, it's a pretty funny story behind that.
Yeah, let me look at the interview again. All right. I asked him, many people have wondered over the years why Rick doesn't wear shoes. Was there any specific reason? His response was, the reason why Rick's feet don't have shoes is that wearing shoes would reduce the number of skin tones available. As for the shape of the shoes, I drew the feet in the same color as the skin, so it looked barefoot to Mr. Komoria. However, the barefoot Rick was powerful and cool, so I was convinced. Barefoot Rick was born out of a nice misunderstanding and lack of shoe colors due to skin gradation.
Well,
Him just doing black Reebok pumps was out of the question.
Yep.
No, that's the funny thing, because I think it also had to do with the way colors were perceived with a CRT monitor, right? Like in in the old days.
Mm-hmm. Which would make
But
sense.
yeah, when I interviewed Oda, right, the same guy Rob interviewed, he told me that there was a original Rick sprite that we never got to see, where he actually had shoes and they were sneakers. So when I put my documentary together, I kept submitting edits to Rick Sprite until Oda gave me his approval to get something as close as that look.
I remember
Because he
that.
said he didn't go with the sneakers because he didn't have enough colors to get the gradation looking right.
That's
And it's
wild.
funny because if you look at the Rick sprites from the arcade, knowing what to look for, you can clearly see the shape of a shoe. But the guy who did the promotional artwork for the arcade, when he looked at the sprites, he thought he was barefoot. So that's why Rick ended up that way.
I'll be damned.
There you go. Now,
See, I always figured that it's like kind of like the Simpsons episode when Homer turned into the Hulk and he fucking tore his shit off. Maybe his shoes exploded. And I'm like, well, at least his pants stayed on.
now here's another interest.
What's up? Come on, Rob.
I was gonna say, here's another interesting thing that was cut from 2010. Bloodbath Bingo.
Huh?
What?
Yeah, Bloodbath
For every
Bingo.
dead man that is over 60 years old.
Exactly. But here, I'll link to it in the chat. And boom. There it is. Go ahead and take a look.
A bonus game?
Mm-hmm.
I like
come on, man. This would have been great.
Yeah, but they cut it due to, I think, lack of time.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Now, something I would love to ask all you guys. Do you think that they should have leaned more into its inspirations and embraced it? Or do you think it was just fine the way it was?
That's
Well,
a good question.
this is kind of a loaded question, actually.
And of course, hindsight is 20/20.
Well, you're dealing with a couple of things here. All right. First of all, Bottle Rocket was originally hired by Namco to develop the game.
Yes.
Bottle Rocket did not handle it well.
Nope.
I won't disclose the name of the head honcho at Bottle Rocket, but he was basically using Namco's money to go ahead and further their own games. So he would show them
Like Pittsburgh with Colonial Marines, huh?
Yeah. So he would
yeah.
show them the occasional things like, oh yeah, it's going great, it's going great. He would come on and read the Third Moon forums and then basically tell us what we wanted to hear in magazine interviews. I wish I was making that up.
Jesus.
What the fuck?
Mm-hmm. And on top of that, the stuff that he, I think, was mandating a lot for Splatterhouse just was not Splatterhouse. Let me see if I can find that one piece of concept art. It'll give you an idea. All right. Let's see.
It's wild how this stuff comes out later.
Oh, yeah.
I'm surprised because I knew the thing that he was using Namco's money to do things that he wanted to do, but the fact that he was basically lurking the forum so he would know what to say, that's news to me.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Holy shit.
there was an interview with the guy publishing Play Magazine way back when. And going through it, it's like, oh, yeah, they've been listening to us. They know what we want to see. And he wasn't doing any of that.
Yeah, I remember the Bottle Rocket interviews, but I didn't know that the guy was lurking and everything. I thought he was, just going through the motions.
Nope, he was
It's
lurking.
terrible.
Uh,
Well, it does go in the line. The eternal problem that us horror fans can attest to is that people outside of it don't respect horror at all. They don't give a shit about it. They dismiss it
Yeah.
almost to an extreme degree. So, I mean, like, unless this guy, and it's not just this guy, this would be a lot of people, that unless this guy truly gave a shit about what's any type of horror game, let alone Splatterhouse, is about, wouldn't take it seriously.
Well,
Like
man,
people
if
like,
you wanna,
like people like us, if we were in charge of that project, we wouldn't sleep. We'd be living on no dose.
Yeah, exactly.
Coming up with everything possible to try to make it as splattery as possible.
yeah, but
And I mean,
man,
like,
that's what I wanted to bring up, because if you want to the flip side to that, Dave Wilkins, the artist, when they were in crunch time trying to finish the game on time, he said he would literally take his Genesis cartridges to work to help him get inspired.
Yep,
No.
and he said a lot of the guys who were working on the game, actual nuts and bolts programming and whatnot, they were doing the same thing.
You could tell, especially on those side-scrolling parts, and it worked.
Yeah.
It really, really worked. And I mean, like, I can understand the first one. Shit, it sucks because it's like, yeah, people don't respect horror, and they'll dismiss it. I mean, like, Splatterhouse was born out of a lot of interesting factors. And, I mean, plus, famously, it's always been a thing where Japanese media that gets created, they just like to pick and choose. They cherry pick shit that they like from the West, and they adapt it and kind of make it its own thing. And I mean, like, I used an example in the Splatterhouse 2 review where, Jesus, I never revisited that gimmick again. Because in Splatterhouse 2, I'm wearing like a dress shirt and a tie. I wanted to make it kind of look like I was Constantine of bad game reviews. But it doesn't fit with my personality. I'm not that cynic, because it's like Constantine is a cynic who doesn't give a shit. I'm a cynic, but I've also got a wise-ass touch. So it just didn't fit. It was a gimmick I never revisited again. But, yeah, you'll famously see me like button-up shirt, tie, chain smoking, and all that. But in the Splatterhouse 2 review, I was talking about how they grab shit and they don't care. And I used Puroresu as an example, Japanese pro wrestling, where I used an old clip of a guy wearing a Leatherface mask fighting a guy dressed up as Freddy Krueger, beating the shit out of each other with sticks.
Wow.
Like, no joke. If you look up Japanese pro wrestling horror stuff, there's been at least 3 Leatherface, and there's a super leather.
That's pretty fucking great.
But man, just on the question you asked, Rob, when you asked about the inspirations, were you talking just about the 2010 game or the series as a whole?
So many things in general.
No, because it's funny. Oh, go on. I'll answer later.
All right, so I mean, like, if we look at Splatterhouse, what are the standouts here that us Americans have picked up on? There is Friday the 13th. There's Evil Dead. There's a little bit of Texas Chainsaw Massacre, but you could also circle back to Evil Dead because of the shed and because of the chainsaw in that one as well. But it's like, what do you call it? There are so many inspirations from so many things that they pick and choose. So, like, say Splatterhouse, we got that, and then we've got Castlevania, definitely inspired by Hammer Horror. I mean, Christ, they called him Christopher B.
Yeah.
And then we've got Bayou Billy was obviously a take on Crocodile Dundee. They just take shit and then they make it their own. And it's funny. There was another example that I was going to use. And that sucks.
Contra with aliens.
Yep.
I mean, we could get into stolen box art all day long.
Oh, you're not kidding about that.
But I mean, look at Snatcher. What are the 3 major things in Snatcher? We've got Blade Runner, Terminator, and Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And then we look at Police Noughts. Definitely got some inspiration from Lethal Weapon in that one. There's so much inspiration and shit. Metal Gear, Kyle Reese, And then if you look at the old character portraits from Metal Gear 2 on the MSX2, fuck the remake, because meh. But if you look at the original ones, you've got Mel Gibson, you've got Tom Berenger in Platoon, you've got Albert fucking Einstein is one of them. There's so many things where they like to take and pick shit and then adapt it and make it their own. And then you think that this is a country that has 5,000 years of history that we can at least date back to. you know, that we can at least tangibly touch and look back at. And then they're just like, oh, Mascool. Meanwhile, you've got people over here that are like 40 years old, 400 pounds, dressing up as Sailor Moon. It's fucking wild, dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But like, it's funny. I wanted you to clarify that because this is something that I actually got a reply from the producers. And according to the guy, you can. I think everybody can agree that the first Splatterhouse is the one where the homages are the most obvious, right? You know, you can tell they're just picking from every corner. Everything is very, you know, you're literally Jason, all that stuff. And what the producer told me is that since the video game industry was maturing and it was becoming more mainstream and, you know, it was getting more known, by Splatterhouse 3, they felt like they couldn't just start, they couldn't keep quoting, you know, that's the term he used. You couldn't, you know, I don't know. I mean, if they had a Splatterhouse sequel done, you know, the year after the first arcade game, I can guarantee you'd fight Freddy Krueger or something. But
absolutely,
around, you know, 992, 993, he said they couldn't really get away with that anymore.
Nope.
So I think that the inspirations become a little less obvious starting with Splatterhouse 2 because of that. But I mean, I always
go ahead.
I mean, just to close this up, I just think I honestly liked it better that way because a lot of the monster designs in Splatterhouse don't come from anything, and they're just as fucked up as anything we've seen from the previous game. But you know, it's all original, it's all new.
Yeah, but I mean that's the thing. That's what draws us in because I mean once again, to see Splatterhouse on the TurboGrafx 16 for the very first time, as a 40-year-old who has grown up on blips and bloops, and I mean, we all can look back now retrospectively and realize how our favorite game that we grew up playing were insanely censored. I mean, Bionic Commando is a huge example that I can give you. And then you got even DuckTales was censored. What would they censor about DuckTales? They took the crosses off.
Mm-hmm.
In Magic of Dispel's level, there were crosses on those coffins instead of RIP. So it's like, to go from how family friendly they were to suddenly have a game that's like you're smashing stuff with wrenches and you know a heart's dropping out of a ceiling and you're cutting it in half with a chainsaw. I know I just blended three things together, but my point being is not only is it seeing horror for the first time, but for people who are huge horror fans in general, to see, oh my God, that's Jason Voorhees. Holy shit, this is definitely Evil Dead, you know? And, oh, Dr. West? Yeah, I get it. We can defeat death. We can bring him back to life. It's great. It's awesome. But, you know, with the inspiration thing, another great example, Splatterhouse, Wenpaku Graffiti. We had The Fly. We had Aliens. We had The Exorcist.
We had Michael Jackson's Thriller, for crying out loud.
Yeah,
pretty much.
You know, and then look at Resident Evil, based off of Night of the Living Dead, which ironically Resident Evil off of originally it was based off of a Japanese horror movie, which is still one of my favorite horror movies of all time, Sweet Home. You know, it's just it amazes me how sometimes I wonder if it's intentional, because I don't think it's a lack of ideas. I think it's that Japanese developers knew what they were doing. They knew that they could get away with it. And I'm not saying that negatively. I'm glad that. I think they knew that this is how we're going to hook these sons of bitches and show them that we are paying close attention to what they're doing and that we know what they like. Because the first time that I played Clock Tower, and granted I went from Clock Tower on the PS1 to Clock Tower on the SNES, I'm looking at these things and subtly I'm like, I feel like I'm watching a Dario Argento film.
Absolutely.
Like subtly. So it's just, I love these inspirations, and I think that's kind of the part of it. And it leans back into Evil Dead, where you can tell that they used to like subtly fuck with each other. Like I know, we all know Arnold alone had a rivalry. Like in Twins, when he's walking by the ramp, poster. You got Rambo looking all buff and shit like that, and then Arnold, look at the muscles over there, and then he holds up the arm, and then he like and waves his hand at it. There's always that little rivalry, but in horror, it's always been a little bit extra.
Yeah.
Because what did they do? In The Hills Have Eyes, there was a Rip Jaws poster to say, this is horror now. And it was subliminal. And the fuck was his name? I almost want to say Ivan, but it's not. It's not Ivan Reitman. It's Sam Raimi. Sam Raimi caught on to that shit. And what did he do? He took a poster of The Hills Have Eyes and he stuffed it in the basement to say, look at us. We're doing horror. So what did Wes Craven do in response? He did Nightmare on Elm Street. So Nancy's watching Evil Dead and falling asleep. And then you hear her go, shut it off, and she turns it off. And then what did they do in response to that? What did they do? Fucking they go on the set of Nightmare on Elm Street and steal Freddy Krueger's glove and hang it in the work shed and be like, look at you, you're just a wall decoration.
That's amazing. That's all fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's so cool.
No, but...
And this is what makes horror special. And this is what makes these games so special.
Mm-hmm.
But something that I wanted to touch on, because you mentioned, right, how fast video games were maturing, and one of the things you absolutely blew my mind looking at old-time Splatterhouse coverage for the first game. There were some magazines here in the West that when they were doing reviews or walkthroughs for the TurboGrafx version, it literally came up with the idea that Jennifer didn't die, that you just beat a clone of her.
Yep.
Oh,
I mean, like they couldn't literally, it was so far ahead of the curve that they couldn't fathom you were playing a game where you couldn't rescue the girl.
That's right.
I know people were trying really hard to come up with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like how can I put it? The atmosphere of the time was mostly games are for kids, right? Mm-hmm. So there's absolutely no holds barred nightmare where everything's fucked up and you're killing a bunch of zombies, and you're supposed to rescue your girlfriend, but you end up killing her. That's how the reviewer coped with it. This is for kids. So you killed her clone and you left the house. That's what happened.
Yeah. Now, I do want to get back into some of the twisted crap that happened behind the scenes on Splatterhouse 2010.
Let's do it.
All right. I couldn't find the concept art I was looking for, but basically the head honcho over there was coming up with just this bizarre shit. Like, this concept art had a picture. It was a picture of basically a naked dude with a TV for a head and some kind of weird attachment on his crotch. It's like, well, yeah, that really screams Splatterhouse to me. And apparently one of the other ideas they had was that there was going to be... Rick was going to find a bed in one room, and there was like this 700-pound woman lying on it, naked. And then monsters were going to start swarming out of her vagina.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah. And it's like, wait, what? And keep in mind, the programmers and people like Dave Wilkins were fighting against, like, this is not Splatterhouse. What are you coming up with here? Oh, it's okay. We're spending Namco's money on our own stuff here. So,
asshole.
Yeah. It got to the point where they didn't show enough progress. So, Namco finally showed up at their offices, took back all their dev kits and everything else. Bottle Rocket went out of business after that.
Yeah. See, I wonder, and I was going to ask a question about what you had mentioned with that asshole. Mm-hmm. I was curious, do you think that it was possible at that point to do it, or if someone actually did send an anonymous message to Namco and say, hey, there's some bullshit going on over here?
That would not surprise me in the slightest. Well,
I can't tell. I remember from those times that there were at least some, some articles already saying that people were beginning to, be kind of afraid of what the remake would turn out to be before Namco got the game back.
Yep.
I remember some articles saying that.
Well, what happened after that, and this is why the game turned out the way it did in the end, they were supposed to have a 2009 release date originally. And because of this whole Bottle Rocket snafu, they had to pull the game in-house, tear out as much of the Bottle Rocket crap that was in there as they could, and basically code a whole bunch of new stuff in. They're lucky the game ever made it out at all.
Yeah, so this was kind of like a Colonial Marine situation, where it's like we don't realize how lucky we are that we got it.
Mm-hmm. And
because like that, like I didn't have a place on the team, and I knew that there was bullshit going on with Gearbox, and Pitchford was like taking money and putting it into Borderlands 2, which okay, I get it, it's Borderlands 2, but I want my goddamn Aliens game. You know? Yeah. And eventually Sega was like, all right, this is bullshit.
Something I don't think I ever mentioned to Rob, but while this was all going on, we had a little, you know what? How can I say it? A little group in West Mansion that Rob would inform what was going on with the development. So way before, because Polygon published an article explaining everything that happened with the Splatterhouse reboot. But way before that, many years before that, we were already aware that there was foul play at work. But when Namco took the game away from Bottle Rocket, I went to see reactions on not Splatterhouse boards or horror boards, just video game boards. And the overall sentiment was that the little guy was getting screwed once again. The big company is taking the toys away. And I found it funny because, I'm not stupid. I wasn't going to say anything, but you always sympathize with the little guy. But I was reading it, I was going, in this case, let the real scoop come out, because you may want to feel bad for the little guy, but the little guy in this case, unfortunately, is a prick.
Yep.
Yes. It's not always the big bad corporation, and that's something that I have been saying for years now. And I know that this is like super controversial to say it. I actually took Konami's side on the Kojima split.
Really?
I know there's like dead silence there, but you know what?
Honestly, sorry.
See, this is why I say it's super controversial, because people are just like, really? Like they're like, if you could put gifs in the chat, you'd see like fucking 13 Willy Wonka. Really? But here's the thing. Kojima.
For me to clear up something real fast, I got tongue-tied, but I wanted to say I really don't keep too much. I really don't keep current with modern gaming. So I was going to say that I wasn't too, I didn't keep up with the Konami situation, and I have the problem that I can't tell because I don't usually play Kojima's games. But the guy himself, I can say safely, is not my thing, to put it that way.
He's an interesting cat.
This is true.
Here's the thing about Kojima. He is a very good storyteller. He is. Excuse me. But the thing about Kojima is a lot of his best ideas came from elsewhere, kind of touching back to taking inspiration from other things. Like, hey, call it whatever it is. People can hate on Miyamoto today, but Miyamoto thought up Legend of Zelda based off of him exploring caves as a kid. Miyamoto came up with shit on his own. Kojima loves Hollywood. He came up with Snatcher because of Terminator, because of Blade Runner, because of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. And that is that hook. It's that familiarity. You and the same thing with Metal Gear. Escape from New York. How many times have we mentioned Pliskin? Eye patches? All that shit.
I remember the first time I watched Escape from New York. I got into it late, actually. But I remember when it was over, it's like, you know something? As long as this movie exists, we don't need a Metal Gear movie.
Yeah. But it is kind of that same notion.
Just really touching on what you said, but like, just to explain what I said, Kojima Kojima is not my thing. It's like the guys making those games, like I said, I can really tell he has a vision. If he really creeps from a lot of stuff, he really creeps from raw Hollywood. But what really grinds my gears is that he has to promote his game, so anything he says, people make a headline out, and it's like stuff. I need to go to space now. I know how to kill people. I'm like, Kojima, make games. Please just make games.
Kojima wiped his ass today, and it's like that's on the front page of IGN right now.
Yeah.
Kojima says back to front, not front to back. He's a genius.
Yeah, I mean, man, I can understand that a lot of it is like Sony paid a lot of money for this guy. So a lot of those headlines are basically return on investment. It's not, it's not that these people really want to talk about whatever Kojima's saying. It's that Sony has a lot of money everywhere, and it's like, he's our golden boy. Talk about him.
And I'm sure that this is... And I'm sure this is probably going to seem like blasphemy because I call my channel name the Shadow Moses Collective, and I love Metal Gear to death. Here's the thing. He's a pain in the ass. And you know what? I can't pronounce his name, but the gentleman who did Ninja Gaiden, the recent
Inagaki, who passed away recently.
Yes, I was just going to say, rest in peace, raising a drink to the man. He was also famously a pain in the ass. He stuck to his guns. And I think it's safe to say that he was the type of guy who wasn't easy to deal with, and the industry wasn't easy on him either. So it was kind of a fuck you back thing. You can't argue with his results. And granted, you can't argue with Kojima's results. At that point in time, though, for Metal Gear 5, The Phantom Pain, Kojima was busting a lot of balls. He went and he developed a game engine using Konami's money. And I think that there's some people, I could be wrong, but I think that there are some mutterings that he did this without Konami really knowing about it, so to say. So it was like, okay, so how's the development coming along? We're going to get started on the game just as soon as I get this engine done. But don't worry, I'm Hideo Kojima. We got this, There are confirmed stories, though, from Rika I don't have a
Matsumoto.
No, the composer. The composer for Castlevania. Not Yamane.
Michiru Yamane.
Yes. Not Yamane. Rika Makinura, something like that. Anyways. She has come. She's come forward and said numerous. Yeah, there it is. Rika. Yeah.
Uranaka. All right.
She's come out and said numerous times that she would bring him full sheets of music that he would not sit in on at all. He wouldn't give her any direction. He would be like, I want 30 songs. She would make 30 songs, bring it to him. He barely listened to most of them and then throw it away and tell her to go back and do more. How much fucking money do you think it was costing Konami at that point?
Probably quite a bit.
Now, how many? Now, Konami's putting all of its eggs in the Metal Gear 5 Phantom Pain basket because they know it's going to sell, and they're letting him get away with some stuff. And you also have to consider who's running Konami. Like, who's really running Konami? They'll kill you 5 times before they hit the ground for Simpsons fans.
Yeah. The little guy hasn't done anything yet.
Yeah, and that was the thing, is that little guy in the white suit hasn't done anything to Kojima yet. So the whole thing is just fucking, this guy's busting balls. This guy's wasting a lot of Konami that Konami is not getting money back on. They're about to go out of business. They're telling him this game needs to be released. It's okay, we're 40% done, but fuck you, I'm Hideo Kojima. And then, boo-hoo, they locked him in his office.
What I got real quick, what I just wanted to bring up is that I did see that David Hayter, when he was still voicing Snake, he would basically, if people asked him their tension or something, sometimes say, no, egos flare now and then, but apparently after Kojima was fired from Konami and he's not doing Metal Gear anymore, he didn't go in depth about it, but he basically said, I had some issues with Kojima. He basically admitted it.
Yeah. Most of the things that I had heard, like David was being like super what's the word I'm looking for? I don't want to say political because that's got like, especially in this day and age, saying political has got such nefarious undertones. He was
No, I
being
get what
very,
you mean. He was, he
he,
wasn't trying to confirm anything. He was just trying to, keep things more level-headed.
he was being very professional.
Yeah, precisely. That's
He was being very professional about it. So, but it's like Kojima was just spending a lot of Konami money and just being like, it's okay, I'm Kojima. So it's like by the time that things had finally come to a head, it's like, Kojima-san, how could you do this to him? And it's kind of like, how could they not do this to him? Do you know how much this guy got away with? If this was anybody else in the industry, they would have found his head in a dumpster somewhere.
Yeah.
So it's just, he got away with a lot. Is he a great storyteller? Yes. Does he have some interesting visions? Yes, absolutely. Be they movie inspired or even his own original shit. And hey, that's cool. He's got Guillermo del Toro. He's got Norman Reedus as his main guys now. Fantastic, phenomenal. And I can't argue with the man's results, but he was fucking around at a time that he should not have been fucking around. Because I know Konami was like fixing to close its doors if this thing wasn't coming out. And then naturally it's like, well, no, fuck Konami. They went ahead and they started making mobile games and they did pachinko machines. Bah, pachinko machines. Yeah, Konami's a business that's out to make money. I'm sorry. And I'm not licking a boot here. At the end of the day, especially in that culture over there, what is your thing? Making money. So, of course, they're going to naturally make money on mobile games, which draws in money hand over fist. And pachinko machines, which is still an enormously popular thing over there. And once again, who's running Konami right now?
The little guy hasn't done anything yet.
Exactly.
And it's going to be great when he does.
But
Konami did make Metal Gear Survive, but that they did shitty things to each other.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
And
man, the thing you mentioned, real quick, Hub. You know the thing you mentioned about him developing the engine without Konami's knowledge?
Mm-hmm.
You know a little about Mega Man or not so much?
I love Mega Man.
Okay, so you know Inafune.
Yes.
Here's the funny thing. He and Kojima are good buds and everything. But Inafune, he very famously, he was doing that, he, I think was both Lost Planet and Dead Rising. Mm-hmm. Capcom told him to cancel the projects. And he kept making them behind their backs.
Uh-huh.
And, spending money and everything. And it was this kind of, I don't know, how can I put it? Those balls, the guy had balls, you can't deny that.
Absolutely.
Basically allowed him to keep climbing company ranks because they went, he had a vision. We wanted to pull the plug, but he persisted. Those games sold. And I find it funny because from what you said, these guys were pals already. So I don't doubt it that maybe Kojima was like, for once I'm going to be a little, I'm going to be the Maverick for once, do something like Inafune did. And I also find it funny that Inafune had a lot of, hiccups, the guy basically destroyed his own career. And by the time, yeah, exactly. But, by the time that everybody loved the guy, I hated the guy because I wasn't seeing the full picture. Now that everybody hates the guy, I'm not saying forgive him, but they're like, remember when Inafune briefed? That was wrong. It's like, guys, calm down, okay? The guy already torpedoed his own career. It's not like everything he's ever done is shit.
Yeah. No, of course. You can't judge him. Like, you can't look back and be like, I don't like him now, so day long. I think the difference, though, like, definitely, Inafune did a lot of shit behind Capcom's back. But then, by the time that the boss was like, hey, what's this? Or I love how they do it. Oi! He was like, look, it came out and it sold like gangbusters. It's okay. Mega Man X probably had a development of maybe a year? Metal Gear Phantom Pain, how long was that?
Mega Man X1 was a little over a year. The guys went about it.
Now, let's see. Metal Gear 5 development time. How long did this one go on for? This was in development.
5 years, wasn't it?
3.5 years. From 2012 to September of 2015. And plus, you also had to take into account pre-production. So some people say as far back as 2012. So it's like tons of delays. They exceeded the budget by over $80 million.
Holy fuck.
He went over budget by $80 million because they discarded so many assets. And this wasn't like fucking Resident Evil 2, where it was like, we're 80% done, we're going to start over. That was a Capcom-approved thing, at least. This was not a Konami-approved thing. You know? So it's just... He took a lot of liberties in a country and in a culture that is run by people who don't have patience. They want money.
Yep.
So he did a little bit of pushing himself. So I kind of take Konami's side a little bit more so, just because it's like, how much more can you take? It's like, would you let, and I'm sure we've all, I know Dire's married, and I'm sure we've all dated people. Would you let your partner do that shit?
Hell no.
No.
Exactly. Now imagine this being someone that you don't give a fuck about, that is supposed to be making you money, that you hired and you're paying their salary. Mm-hmm. I can't go into my job and be like, hey, look, I'm not doing my job right now. Fuck it. But don't worry, I'm Kojima. I got this. By the way, look at my new sunglasses.
You know what this reminds me of, actually? It's more of a it reminds me more of a television-related story. But who here is familiar with the original Star Trek series?
Of course.
Okay. Are you familiar also with the sci-fi author Harlan Ellison?
I do know about how he shit fit over Terminator.
Yep. He did. Here's the thing, though. Back in the first season of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry was trying to hire as many science fiction authors as he could. Hired Ellison. Mm-hmm. Ellison basically partied on Paramount, or actually at that point it was Desilu, not Paramount, on Desilu's dime without producing anything usable. So it's like he'd be out there, having lunch with the cast or getting pictures taken and stuff. And it's like, where's our script? Oh, yeah, I'll get that for you. And then he gives them scripts with stuff, and like Bob Justman, he was the one of the producers on it. He was in charge of all the day-to-day money stuff. He's reading this, and it's like, a crowd of thousands chase after our main characters. We can barely afford 10 people. And the shit he was coming up with, like Enterprise crew members dealing drugs to each other and stuff. And they were just like, no. And finally they're like, okay, lock him in an office so he'll get this damn script done.
Don't you think that's kind of like what Konami did to Kojima, locking his ass in an office and
taking
away their emails?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, come on, if Desi Arnaz would have fucking beat him like a conga drum.
Yeah, and of course he wasn't involved with Desilu at the time. He'd left the company after him and Lucy got divorced.
Yeah.
But what happened was, in the end, he turned in the script, and it was still just completely unfilmable because the costs were astronomical. So Roddenberry went and took a red pen, started crossing out stuff that was not related to his vision of Star Trek, and eventually we got the episode which came out as The City on the Edge of Forever. Mm-hmm. Ellison has completely disowned the television version of that.
Poor baby.
Yeah, he's dead now, so it doesn't really matter what he thinks.
Exactly. But it's just, it kind of goes to show, in the end, though, I mean, just circling back to game development, how it is kind of stupid to make celebrities out of directors. Inafune, fucking Kojima, because it's like, back then, and once again, not a modern gamer guy. I'll play PS5 occasionally, but the one who's playing it the most are my kids. I'm happy playing. I just got done playing Gradius on the TurboGrafx CD. Yeah.
Yes.
But the whole point being is, it was a kind of like a creative vision. It wasn't called Team Silent for a reason when we got the best Silent Hill games.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, everybody's fucking, where's my PT? So it's just, look at Splatterhouse. Yeah. That was a team effort.
It was. And
then we look at another game like Clock Tower. Sorry, I just want to. I'll wrap this up real quick. Look at Clock Tower. How did that come about? It was a company raffle that was like, hey, we've been making great wrestling games, but we kind of want to expand a little bit, so we'll do an internal contest. One man came up with a great vision for something new and fresh, and they went with it, and it became a company project. It became a team project that was all centered around people. And what is one thing that especially companies over there pride themselves on? Team effort. You cannot have one person running it all.
Yeah,
absolutely. But man, what I think that's very interesting that I think you tangentially touched upon, it's like I said, we shouldn't make celebrities of game devs, and
No.
I kind of go like me. I mean, I think the basic idea of a celebrity, I think we're seeing this more and more just be, something completely, how can I put it? I guess I don't know the word I'm looking for, but the more and more we see celebrities have those rotten sides exposed, right? It's like celebrity to begin with is just a guy who's trying to up his profits by making sure you like him, So
well, we are living in the age where someone will pull out a cell phone, hold it up at a 45-degree angle, and say, "I'm an influencer. I'm eating at McDonald's. This is garbage."
Exactly.
And Skeletal brings up an excellent point. Koji Igarashi gave Bloodstained. Igarashi also gave us Symphony of the Night.
Yep.
And all these amazing games. He's also not, as far as I know, he's not known to be a bit of a maniac. He's pretty level-headed.
Yeah.
He's always consistently performed. It's just Konami got out of game development after, the whole debacle with Kojima.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, the thing with Igarashi as well is that he's like, how can I put it? He's the Inafune that worked out, because Inafune left Capcom when he couldn't get more budget for his projects. At least part of why he left was because of that. Then he fumbled it all together with Mighty Number 9. But Igarashi,
is what I call it.
That's a good name, seriously. But like Igarashi, people forget, but the last game he did on Konami before he left was Harmony of Despair, and I remember at the time that came out, everybody was penning the hell out of it. And it's not like he lost his touch, but Konami basically, either didn't give him the money or the right team and told him, go make a game. And it was the most recycled Castlevania ever. It was just, Xbox Live Arcade multiplayer. But I think it really comes back to all of this because, it's always helpful to have the guiding, the person who's guiding the overall project, but it's always a team effort, and you also need the money. So that's the problem, I think, overall with the idea of the celebrity and the celebrity game developer, because it sounds like, if you have this guy, if you give him a bit of string, he'll come up with a masterpiece in 10 months' time. So
kind of and I mean, like what happened with Igarashi too is like, and once again, I'm not like saying that Konami is innocent. He's come out flat out and said that they bully their employees, and I don't. I'm sure they did. Once again, look at who's running the fucking thing. If we don't get money in this company soon, fingers are going to start disappearing. So I don't doubt it. But also at the same time, what's the most that people have to complain about Igarashi? He took Castlevania Legends out of the timeline.
Oh no.
Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I wish that the game itself is bad. I did like why they were going with the story, but the problem that I see with that is that I don't think there's any franchise that likes giving second chances more than Castlevania, because Haunted Castle is an absolute turd. Before they had Haunted Castle Revisited, they would use concepts from that game all the time. They would remix the music all the time. Castlevania The Adventure is also kind of clunky, but they remade it. So it's like, it feels kind of like that everybody got a second chance, but they didn't want to bother with Legends.
Yeah, well, Legends was too much of a departure, and I mean, that's the whole thing. You also have to look at the decisions, too, that were being made behind it. I mean, like, Kojima recycled something because he wanted to get a picture of his designer glasses. I swear to God, fucking, it's really ridiculous to me when you see a scene and there has to be a thing saying Kojima wear underneath the glasses that someone's wearing. I'm like, I don't give a fuck if Louis Vuitton did the sunglasses. Get me to the game, you know? And I'm sorry, I feel the 2 hours for a cutscene is unfucking givable. I like Sons of Liberty, you know, because it was way ahead of its time. I like Snake Eater because it was a hell of an origin story. Guns of the Patriots, sitting through an hour and a half fucking hearing about genetics and shit like that, it's like, come on, you know? But then when you look at why Igarashi, he did certain things that were controversial. He took Legends out, he took Legacy of Darkness, he took Circle of the Moon out, and that was just to streamline the story because it was turning into a Doc Brown thing where it was like it skewed down into an alternate 1980, you know. So it's
not a bad Doc.
Marty.
But you know, I just look at the games that were taken out of the timeline, and I honestly don't think that there would be any problem with them remaining because everything is always so very self-contained, you know.
In a sense, yes, but also at the same time, it's like we're looking at look at how Castlevania 1, Simon is killing Dracula. That's all we know. The quest, it's a continuation of the first one where he's cursed. And allegedly, I just found this out the other day, that second boss after you knock Dracula's head off, that's not Dracula. That's the curse itself. So it attacking him, even if you hit the game, he still gets cursed. So whatever. Mm-hmm. Point being is that's supposed to be the curse that he gets infected with. But it's a sequel. And then we get Castlevania 3, which is a prequel, and it's supposed to be the first one in the franchise. And then we get Super Castlevania 4, which people to this day still argue, is it a remake? Is it whatever? I always kind of felt like Castlevania 4 is like a trilogy, like Simon's trilogy. You've got the original one, then you've got the second one, and then the third one. Well, how could you say that? It's a remake of the first one. Well, if you think about it, it says that Dracula rose early. Because Simon fucking woke him up early in the second one, you know. And
there's something funny about that because it kind of mounts back to the Splatterhouse discussion we were having, right? Like how in Splatterhouse 2 the Western side made stuff up. It's the same case with Castlevania 4.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. So I mean, having a streamlined thing, it makes more sense to me personally, and it works. I mean. Then we come out with Castlevania: The Adventure, which is Christopher Belmont. He takes place before Trevor's story told. But wait, wasn't Trevor at the very beginning of the storyline? No, we're going back even fucking. We'll do it as Hulk Hogan when he took the 6-sided ring out of TNA. Old wrestling fans will remember that. We're not doing the 6-sided ring anymore, brother. We're gonna be doing the 4-sided ring, brother. We're gonna take it on back, dude. We're gonna bring it up to the next level. You know? Okay, fine. And then we got Castlevania Adventure 2, another sequel to Christopher's story. Okay, cool. And then now we've got Castlevania Legends, which is the first one. Sure. And then we come out with Lament of Innocence, which is where it all began. So wait a minute. Wait. Isn't she supposed to be based off of Sypha Balnades? Wait, or does she come after Lament of Innocence?
She would come after Lament of Innocence because the timelines, they wouldn't contradict each other, right? She would come further after Leon. Leon is way earlier than Sonya.
So it would be Leon. Yeah, Leon. It's always established that Leon is the very first one because this is when he becomes Dracula and all that, and this is the first appearance of the vampire whip from the alchemy whip. But it gets so confusing, and yeah, they are self-contained in some aspects. That you don't have to play every single game to understand what is going on. Guy with a whip goes to kill a fucking vampire.
Yeah.
Easy enough.
But you know, just to try to explain the point what's coming from. I know that Iga was kind of building to this final confrontation with Dracula, right?
Yeah.
Before they never got to do, and then you have the DS games that would take place after that, right?
Yes.
With Soma and everything. I think it just amounts to the guy comes back every 100 years, and he's always kind of reset to the guy who hates mankind, because when you see like the ending of Symphony of the Night, it kind of seems like he's mellowed out a little, that the guy may change a little. So I think that I think the only thing that happens when you keep writing entries out is that basically, okay, he resurrected less times, but it's not like they damage the timeline.
Yeah, but then you also have to factor in bloodlines.
Yeah?
Yeah, where does bloodlines come into play?
1917.
It comes into play. Yeah, it comes into play a little after Richter, I think.
Yeah, now we've got Richter was the 1700s.
Yeah, I think it's I think they kind of skip a generation. Then there's
Actually,
bloodlines.
No, you've got the Castlevania 64 games that took place in the 19th century.
Yeah, because of the motorcycles.
Yeah, I was meaning from the official timeline, right? I mean, the way Iga said it, you have Richter, then the Belmonts disappear, and then you skip to bloodlines, right?
Yeah, Reinhard Schneider and John Morris.
Yeah, and that's why I feel that Iga took all that shit out, is because it was like, look, this is getting fucking confusing. Because we have Reinhardt, because obviously we got motorcycles, so we got gas-powered machines at this point.
No, I mean, a lot of people hate the motorcycle skeletons, but like in Bloodlines, you have some high-tech insects that run into you and explode when you touch them. And like,
but I mean, at that point, yes, we are in 1917 because we're telling that story of Elizabeth Bathory starting World War I by killing Archduke Franz Ferdinand. Yeah. But it's after a while, it does get to be a bit much. So, I mean, I think it was just Igarashi's like, hey, I'm here. We're not doing any more team changes. They put me in charge of this son of a bitch. I'm going to make it a thing. Like, me personally, I always joke that around the 1900s, don't you think that at some point the people would have rose up against Dracula? It's like, oh, you're going to steal our village maidens? Okay, fine. And then the villagers just wheel up a cannon and blast one of those spires off the castle. You know,
some of that might also be a little, suspension of disbelief and everything. But
of course,
there's the thing as well. I know a lot of people who really hate Igarashi always mentions that the fact that the games that he took out of continuity are also games he didn't work on. And some people already, how can I say it? Already state that was his motivation. Like they can read the guy's mind. But some people find that suspicious. I'm not saying, he couldn't handle it, that's why he took the games out. But I see that a lot of people who hate him take that stance, Now,
well, there's a lot of people who will come up with any excuse that they possibly can to try to make something sound nefarious. Yeah, I personally, as somebody who writes reviews, I know I'm not a fucking, virtuoso at writing scripts and shit. But at the very least, just from a creative understanding and a creative standpoint, I could understand the decision even if he didn't work on them, because he did not come up with the idea, so he doesn't know the direction that the story is going to be going. Whereas once he's planted his flag after Symphony of the Night, he knows the direction that he wants to take the franchise. It's kind of like having somebody else come in after Kojima did Metal Gear. What happened? We got Metal Gear 5. I mean, Christ, even if you go back even further than that, famously, Kojima did not work on Metal Gear and he did not work on Snake's Revenge.
Nope.
And those were generally listed as the bad ones. So it's like you don't know the artist's vision, the direction they planned on going. You don't know the thought process. And it was also kind of the same thing with, say, Silent Hill. Imagine if you had multiple writers just trying to do the base thing. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. And I mean, knocked it out of the park with Silent Hill's remake, but they had a lot of it. And famously, I know they turned.
I was taken out here just for a second, but just to wrap up what I was talking about Igarashi, I don't personally ascribe those motives like some people do, that he did it because he didn't want anyone else working on the series besides him. But what I just noticed that I find very curious is that Castlevania Bloodlines itself, it wasn't meant to be, how can I say it, strictly canon to begin with. The guys who were making the game to begin with said they wanted it to be a side story, that they wanted to do something different. And Igarashi himself said he didn't want to put these games in the continuity aside from Legends, because that one was meant to be canon, is because they said they wanted to do a side story, so I didn't want to add them to the timeline. But he did add Bloodlines to the timeline when they said that they didn't mean it to be a mainline entry, you know. So, like you said, that's the guy's vision. Some people already jump to the conclusion he's being spiteful. But I just think, that's why I said that I think it's curious, because the way
it is curious.
They always, readjust the entries and sometimes take a bad entry and make it better. I just find it puzzling, because some of the games that were taken out, at least Circle of the Moon, I think, are pretty good games, I'd say.
Okay, I got to interject something here. I'm all about giving games second chances and whatnot, but there is one part of Castlevania which does not deserve a second chance. You should never even gotten a first chance. In fact, every existing copy, I've never played it, so jury's out on that one. But I have played at least one of the other ones that I'm talking about. And frankly, I think that where they belong is in a blender.
What were those?
That would be whatever the hell ones they were that came out for the 360 and whatnot. Lords of Shadow.
Oh, right.
Lords
those
of
ones.
Shit.
Thank you.
I liked it a lot better when it was called Dante's Inferno.
Yeah.
Now, I just want to cover something real quick, because Skeletal did bring up a really good thing. Portable Ops. Now, Portable Ops, that did have a different director. I believe it was Masahiro Yamamoto, if I remember correctly. He did direct it. But Portable Ops also did turn out awesome, because you had Noriaki Akamura and Kojima producing it. Now, Akamura recently did Snake Eater, Metal Gear Solid Delta. So he's been a long-time producer, well, at least since the Acid days, if I remember correctly. But I will admit, though, that I don't know a whole shit ton about Acid, because I kind of steered away from the PSP games. Portable Ops was excellent. Lords of Shadow was produced by Kojima. Yeah. And you can kind of see where it got a little convoluted.
A little?
Stewart. Oh, Jesus, dude. I tried to live stream through that whole fucking thing, and by the time week 8 came, I'm like, are we fucking done yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, Portable Ops turned out excellent, but Kojima was kind of in charge of it.
Okay. Right now, I got to call a timeout to all the side discussion here. We hope you've enjoyed this Castlevania stream. We're going to go ahead and talk about Splatterhouse now.
Yes, please.
Yeah,
we only got about a half hour to go here, so.
All right, yeah, but back to the splatters.
Okay, yeah. So you heard the story about Bottle Rocket, and you know what Namco had to do to go ahead and actually make the game available for release. Do you know about what happened after the last big push they did, shortly before the game's release?
How bad did they blunder it?
Well, let's see. I mean, sure, they were doing videos on their YouTube page about the different aspects of the game, and they were doing some really interesting ads and such, including the whole Jennifer as a Playboy Playmate thing. Yeah, there wasn't much after that.
I'm not pretty sure if you're aware of it. That they literally bought ad space in Playboy magazine, so they had a pinup of Jennifer naked in the Playboy magazine.
So to that I say, I will go ahead and link to a censored picture of that. But I would say, if you're at work or something related and you don't want someone to see what you're looking at, don't click this link.
Yeah, don't let the IT team catch you.
Mm-hmm. Because it's censored, but only barely. You don't see anything, but you get a good look.
So that was how they were going to sell video games.
At the time. That was in the November 2010 issue, I'm pretty sure. I might be wrong about the date. Now, here's what happened.
All right. Before you go any further, I have a question.
Sure.
Why the fuck do they have the case for Splatterhouse 2010 right there, laying on top of a computer that's playing Splatterhouse 1?
Who the hell knows?
Maybe the intern didn't get the memo,
Exactly. All right, so...
Why does she look like Paris Hilton?
Again, who the hell knows? I don't know what they were thinking at the time, but I never asked them questions about the whole Playboy thing. So, anyway, here's what happened. Okay, so they let up this. They were sponsoring music festivals around the country to raise awareness about it. Yeah, they had their own party at PAX, and then they even boasted Splatterhouse will sell 1 million copies. And
they seriously said that? I didn't remember. They
seriously said that.
Mm-hmm. Holy.
And then, as time went on, they backtracked that. Let's see. They quietly retracted that million copies claim and said it would sell a much more realistic 350,000 copies. And on the same day they made that announcement, Namco issued a statement saying Splatterhouse was expected to underperform. And that happened after another delay in the game's release. It was supposed to come out in October originally, and they pushed it back to November 23rd.
Which would make sense, October Halloween horror game.
Yeah, exactly. And then they laid off the entire Splatterhouse team.
So they had already cut their losses at that point.
Basically, yes. So, and of course, the game came out.
Rob, just not to cut you off, but this is the one thing I remember from development. There was also a company shakeup, right? There was a new president in Namco, and he only wanted Japanese developed games. So
I was getting
part
to him.
Of why he disbanded. Yeah,
I was getting to him.
Sorry.
So what happened on the day it was released? It basically was released to a tidal wave of indifference and hostility from the mainstream gaming press, with few exceptions. Mm-hmm. So, now the players that played it actually and got it, rated it much higher. So, and all signs pointed to lack of corporate payoffs from Namco Bandai, and that's why these reviewers trashed the game. So, because there was no money left to grease the palms.
Do you think that's true?
I actually consulted someone who was involved in video game journalism at the time. I'm not going to tell you who it was.
Yeah, don't break that.
But he did say pretty much yes. So, yeah.
I mean, just to do this really quick tangent, people in comics, pop culture, journalism these days, they pretty much admit, man, that, you want to be access media, sometimes you need to give back, So...
As one of the forum members at the time basically put it, I think he was referring to how Joystick just trashed the game. He was like, their attitude smacks of our panties in a wad because Namco sent promotional items but no check.
Good on him, seriously.
Yeah. So, now this is what happened, what Rodrigo was talking about. There was a shakeup at the highest level of management in Namco in Japan. And the new guy, who was President Shikuo Ishikawa, decided that the future was iPhone games, which did make sense at the time, because, as was said earlier, cell phone games, they sell like hotcakes. And porting stuff from Japan. Now, apparently he also did not like American developers. And since Splatterhouse was basically developed completely in-house in the U.S., there you go. Another thing, too, I think, which really, chafed their asses, was that the same day Splatterhouse was released, a Japanese-developed Namco game was released, Invasion in the Forbidden Kingdom. Splatterhouse outsold it.
In spite of all the shit.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, Splatterhouse, even being dumped on the market with no fanfare, all the hype and the build-up they did toward release and the music festival sponsorships, the articles in major magazines. I mean, it was the first video game to ever grace the cover of Fangoria magazine. And, all the high-profile...
Which is where it should have gone.
Yeah. And, hell, I even wrote about it for Horror Hound magazine. It's one of my few professional writing credits I have.
See, what I would have done personally, if I was in charge of marketing, I wouldn't have really bothered with the game assholes as much either, because you know what? If trust in video game journalism has never really existed amongst real gamers.
That's true.
It's always been more of a casual thing. It's always been a casual thing to go on Kotaku, to go on IGN, to go on all that shit. It's something for some, because if you're into gaming, you're going to go all in. You're going to look into this shit. This is why you have maniacs like us, you know, who are doing documentaries and building websites to our favorite games.
Mm-hmm.
My best friend, it makes Castlevania fan games. You know, so it's like War Machine. He does Chronicles 2 and 3. And he's also working on another one right now.
I've seen those.
Oh, nice.
I've seen those.
But Matt's a great dude, fucking beyond talented. But just to kind of get to the point, though, gaming has never been a mainstream thing. We're old farts. We all know this.
Oh yeah.
Growing up as kids, we were looked down upon for playing video games. We didn't really give a shit about, you know, any of that stuff. Like, it was like, oh, what the fuck is this shit? Why? Like, we'd see a TV show of someone playing a Game Boy. Look at this asshole. There's not even a cartridge playing, and you can hear Sega Game Gear music playing. That's us.
Or Pac-Man sound effects from the 2600 game.
Oh my God, no, every single fucking computer sound that you ever heard in 80s movie. Boom, 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 doo-doo-doo-doo.
Yep.
The whole thing is that we never gave a fuck about any of this mainstream stuff.
Exactly.
So if you wanted to appeal to horror fans, because if one thing does go hand in hand as being something that people look down upon, but like fans of it, real fans of it, are obsessed with it. What more could you say to it? Is obsessed with it.
Yeah.
It's gamers in horror. So I personally would have shipped Splatterhouse off to Fangoria. I would have shipped Splatterhouse off to all those online horror pages. Sent them off. We were in the YouTube era in 2010, yeah, we were. Hard to believe that shit's been around that long. But I would have sent the shit out to horror gaming channels. I would have fucking horrored it up.
Exactly.
You know, send it to the people who truly care about it, because you know what? Those are the people who would have forgiven stuff, you know, that was bad, and would have highlighted what was great.
Exactly.
But
I don't not to cut anyone off, but bringing this up, I think what Fatal said makes total sense. But also, I mean, I think Rob was there. I'm not sure if what they were aiming for, you know, since they said, oh, we're gonna sell 1 million copies, and then they backtrack and say maybe 350, but the way they were marketing it, I think Robbie will recall.
Oh yeah.
They were more so than horror. They were trying to go for the metalheads.
Yes.
And I know there's some overlap. You know, people who like metal, like horror. But they I think the concert Rob mentioned, I'm not sure, but I think it might have been marketing for the game to begin with.
Oh yeah.
So it might have been something like they thought it was going to be more mainstream than it was ever going to be. And then they even, you know, they aimed at maybe a not a wrong demographic, but one where there wasn't so much overlap, you know?
Yeah.
Because they spent a lot of money trying to get the metalheads in. But the way you said, I mean, everything, every movie this game is doing a throwback to, everyone's going to be reading Fangoria, those magazines. Those guys should be the ones that Namco focused on.
Yeah, and you know, you just brought up a really, really good idea. Like this is actually one of the best ideas that they could have done. Can you imagine Splatterhouse presents Cannibal Corpse?
Yeah.
Or Splatterhouse.
They were doing that, man. But it's like it was me. I think more
War.
I mean, yeah, I think it was more like man, I forgot it. How can I say it? The bands were less known, but they were going all out. You know, they were trying to get the metalheads in the game, but they kind of
I would have gone. Yeah, I know, but I would have gone.
You know,
yeah,
but like that.
But you are absolutely right. It did fizzle, and a lot of it yeah, they were trying to appeal to the wrong demographic. Who the fuck is going to read Playboy and be like, holy shit, I got to go get this Splatterhouse game?
No one I can think of.
But you know what? A metalhead? Absolutely. Like, if you had Splatterhouse sponsoring Guar, you know people would have gone for that shit.
And you know what's funny? When they originally announced the soundtrack, they explicitly stated that Cannibal Corpse and Guar were going to be on the soundtrack to the game, which didn't happen.
I actually did not know that.
Yeah. And
I didn't remember that either.
Well, then they also came up with another edict when the game was still under development with Bottle Rocket, which was all Mastodon all the time.
Okay.
That ended up being one song. So. But, you know, it had a decent soundtrack. I like metal, so it had a decent soundtrack in the end, I thought.
Me too.
Mm-hmm.
It had a decent soundtrack, but if they had some licensed tracks on there from bands that people are into, you know that there would have been some runoff, and that would have improved sales, and it might have encouraged them a little bit more.
But let me see. I'm trying to remember what bands are actually on the soundtrack. Let me look at the list, because I reviewed the soundtrack at one point.
Was Lamb of God in it, or am I misremembering?
No, you're correct. Lamb of God was in it.
There you go.
It was a song.
Well, Lamb of God are gamers.
Yeah, and the song was "Walk with Me in Hell."
Yeah, Lamb of God was a huge popular band at that point too.
Oh yeah, and then there was
they're fun. And once again, you know they're gamers, so you know that they would have endorsed that shit like at the Yin Yang.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Christ, they have a song called "What a Horrible Night to Have a Curse." Where do you think they got that idea?
There you go.
I approve of that.
It's funny, man. I don't remember what happened, but like I mentioned, it seems like even the whole appeal to the metalheads just seemed to fizzle down because the game was about to release and they did this Playboy stuff instead of going to the horror hounds and the metalheads.
It's called being out of touch.
Yep.
Pretty much.
So, well, here's the band. Just so you know, here's the bands that actually did make the soundtrack. You've got The Accused, ASG, Cavalera Conspiracy, Five Finger Death Punch, Goat Whore, The Haunted, High on Fire, Invisible Enemies, Lamb of God, Mastodon, Municipal Waste, Mutant Supremacy, Terrorizer, and Wolf Shirt.
I know 2 of those bands. Actually, no, I know 4 of those bands, but I mostly listen to like maybe those bands. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'd actually.
So who was in charge of the marketing? Was that America or Japan?
America.
That's even more fucked up. Like, you know what? I could understand if Japan was in charge of the marketing and just being like, hey, we're 5,000 miles apart from one another. It's a 12-hour flight apart from one another. Different people, different strokes. They don't get it. But the fact that an American company, well, I mean, just look at Sega Saturn, how they fucked that up. I mean, but I'm not going to get into it, I promise. But just an American company to not know better, it shows how out of touch and how little respect that they had for not only gamers, but also for, you know, the fan bases and stuff. Or even just their demographic of what they're trying to shoot for.
Oh, yeah.
I get the impression that, you know, given all the back and forth with Bottle Rocket and the corporate shakeup and everything else, that at the point that they basically said we're cutting our losses, they didn't want to put any extra money on the game. You know, they basically sent it out to die, to put it that way.
Yep, they strangled it in the cradle.
That's even worse.
They pretty much took that attitude of, look, we spent $80,000 on $20,000 instead of no $1,000. I get it.
Yeah.
But something, you know, not to be long-winded, but something that I think Rob may also agree. I'm not a prude by any means, but I think the whole focus on, you know, naked Jennifer pictures, we already agreed that Playboy was a strikeout, but it's like, I'm not sure if that, you know, using Jennifer for that was the right move either.
It was a stupid move in general because, once again, it's an insult. I take it as a personal insult because it shows to me, as a fan of Splatterhouse and as a fan of video games, that these people do not know what the fuck is going to make me want to play a game.
Yeah, what they were going by was horror movies. Because, like, you know, there was always some topless chick in a horror movie, that kind of thing, you know?
Yeah, and then she dies in 3 seconds. The rest of the movie goes on.
Yeah. So,
that's what's so funny about it, you know, because even, of course, it was the 80s, but you get the impression that all of the lack of focus on anything sexual for the original trilogy was very much by design, you know.
Mm-hmm. And I remember there were a lot of fans who were actually pretty pissed off because of this whole naked pictures thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it wouldn't piss me off. It just feels like maybe they could have done nudity, but apparently going with Jennifer wasn't, the best way to go about it.
But to have it as a selling point is so stupid. I mean, once again, do I buy a game or do I jerk off? What do I do?
Yeah.
I mean, just speaking frankly here, I mean, look at this fucking background of what Rob used for Return to Splatterhouse. There's intestines and organs all over the background.
Yeah,
There's a body hanging out of the ceiling, missing an arm and both of his feet. There's a cheese pizza melting face monster coming out of the ground. 2 guys that are wearing hockey masks. And then there's a big son of a bitch with chainsaws for hands with a bag over his head. Does that really scream sex?
Nope, not in the slightest.
Absolutely.
But if you market it as kick-ass metal soundtrack, this is the game your parents don't want you to play.
Yep.
That's more like it.
There's your selling points right there.
No,
30 fatalities.
No, seriously, because what you brought up is something very pertinent because, like, Friday the 13th, okay, it had nudity, but it's like the worst you're going to get here is Jason. Everything else is the normal world.
Mm-hmm.
The way Splatterhouse plays things, it's more like you're, brain dead. You're not going to see a lot of, titillating stuff in movies like this. It's gross out.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
Well, apparently trying to, sprinkle some fan service wasn't the right call.
No, it wasn't. And since you mentioned Brain Dead, I'll bring up another good horror there. Brain Dead, otherwise known as Dead Alive. How many people heard of that fucking movie before they found out that it was done by Jackson?
I had.
It used to broadcast all the time here in Brazil during the afternoon in the 90s in local TV. Like, Daddy, I just saw the movie where the guy picked the lawnmower and mowed down all the zombies,
Yeah, that's my mother you're pissing on. But like what? at the end of the day, like me, I had heard of Brain Dead, or Dead Alive. I had heard of that because it was like Peter Jackson had just blown up because of Lord of the Rings. And then it's like, yeah, did you know he directed a horror movie before that? Oh, damn, I got to check this out. And then just, your mother ate my dog! Not all of it. But still, it's just they market it to the wrong people.
Yeah.
They absolutely market it to the wrong people, and it definitely handicapped it.
Yeah, so there was a lot of mistakes made. Like, for one thing, not doing it in-house, bad idea. Especially considering the company they gave it to do.
Yeah.
And then...
skeletal right there. Hyperactive. With the baby in the park. No, you're 1,000% right. A lot of mistakes were made. But in spite of itself, it wound up being a good game after they got rid of the assholes.
Yeah. And once they got me in more of a creative consultant capacity, it got better.
Well, you knew what you were talking about because you were a fan.
They kind of considered me to be the fan, actually, at the time. Or as our mutual friend Sam put it, when... I described the experience of going to Worcester, and I was just like, it was really cool. They did this, and he chimes in. He's like, yeah, Rob's being modest here. They basically rolled out the red carpet for him and treated him like it was Roger freaking Ebert, whose review could make or break the game.
Well, not for nothing. When I was doing research for the original Splatterhouse review, the only thing that I was able to discuss about any of the game's development, because I definitely try to tell what the game is about, give my thoughts about it. Yeah, sprinkle in a Simpsons reference here, but I do want to give like a little bit of it about this stuff, and that's why, like with Night Trap, I went down that whole rabbit hole about the development of Sega CD and full motion video games, and even went back as far as Steve Wozniak and Nolan Bushnell forming Axelon Entertainment and doing, the whole thing is, I try to give a little bit of education about the development so that I could help people watching the review understand what the thought process was, for better or for worse, what the thought process was. And when I was looking for stuff for Splatterhouse, the only place that had anything at all about it was West Mansion.
Isn't it?
This is what I do.
That was the only place that had anything about it. And that's where I got those photos of the monsters. That's where I got that famous story where they went up and said, if your game is going to be about killing, we have to tone it down.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, seriously, man. Just so you know, Rob, when did you first start West Mansion again?
2001.
I think it was like maybe 2003 when I found it with a friend or something, but I wasn't much around. I signed up when the remake was being developed. But what I told to Rob, I did the documentary because what you just said, man. You can't find anything on the series.
Exactly.
You know, it had to be people like me and Rob tracking down the original
Absolutely.
staff and asking them questions.
Now, if
Nobody
Yeah.
bothered.
And it sucks because in this era where information is so readily available.
Absolutely, no, man. Seriously, when I'm all the way back from when I first played all the games. Just as a funny side note, I had to play them in the inverted order, right? Because I first saw Splatterhouse 3, then we had Splatterhouse 2, and Splatterhouse 1 wasn't even emulated yet. But as you know, as far back as all that time, you know, any darling series like Castlevania, Mega Man, whatever, everyone's always getting interviewed. You always know the thought process. I was honestly pissed off because I was like, we don't know anything about this, you know. I want to know, what were the people making this thinking about? What did they watch? Why you know, why do the zombies bleed green? We found out why, but you know, you want to know this stuff.
Now, if you want
absolutely.
If you want to hear a little inside baseball as far as my site, I can tell you one thing. My very first website was the OPCFG, and that came online in 1998. It's still out there if anyone wants to take a look at it. But it was right after that, I was looking around, and I found sites dedicated to Castlevania, to Gradius, to Strider, you name it. I found nothing for Splatterhouse, and I was like, well, damn. I have got to make a Splatterhouse website. I don't really know how to do it yet, because at the time, Kirk Collada from Hard Gaming 101, when he was running the Castlevania dungeon, he actually was hosting the OPCFG for me as a subdirectory of the site. So he started teaching me a little bit about basic HTML. I never really moved beyond that, which is why West Mansion looks like a relic from, you know, the past, because it is.
I like that though.
Yeah, so do I. I've come to appreciate that more and more these days. So I finally put together the original version of the site on GeoCities. And then I submitted it to classicgaming.com for potential hosting. And they're like, well, you got good information here, but the site is so plain. I was like, oh, I can fix that. And, you know, I contacted some people, and we got a decent looking early version of West Mansion up. And then the only thing I've added to the background since is that kind of, you know, aged wood that's going on in the background. It looks like it's might be a little bloodstained. But yeah, so that site has basically remained unchanged for almost 25 years.
I know, and you know what? I like it that way because, like, personally, I dig retro charm.
Now, here's another little thing. And Rodrigo, you might remember this.
Oh, what?
As ClassicGame.com was eventually acquired by IGN. And as such, they ended up eliminating all the websites on ClassicGaming.com. That's when Contact came along and said, anyone who runs a ClassicGaming.com domain site, I'll host you. And a lot of those. You're welcome.
I mean, I remember when you switched hosts, but since we were hanging around on the forums more often than not, I didn't remember that's why you switched. I remember when you went to Contact. I didn't remember it was because of that.
Now here's the thing. File Planet stayed active, and that's where I had most of the bigger files. You could actually, for a while I had ROMs up on the site. I took those down as soon as Namco Bandai got in contact with me. Not because they wanted me to take them down, but because of the new game.
Yeah.
And, well, eventually IGN did away with File Planet. I never bothered to re-upload the files because I couldn't afford it. I didn't have money for web hosting. Still don't, technically. And it seemed to piss some people off.
Just a bit.
Seriously?
One guy actually came in and he's like, I can't believe Rob left this great site to rot and all these dead links and I can't download anything from there anymore. He should just delete the site.
Okay.
Yeah. Uh-huh. My response was something along the lines of, so you're saying that without the wares, it's worthless. So all the scads of rare information, magazine scans, all this other stuff I have up here is worthless. And it's like, look, buddy,
That's
I've been
nice.
at that point. I had it was actually delete the site. At that point, it was right after Splatterhouse 2010 had come out. It was about a year later. I was kind of burned out at the time, so I took my decade hiatus. Just left the site in archive mode. So, and then he comes on, like, a year after that, and he comes on the forums and he starts spouting all this stuff. And Rodrigo, you were there because I remember you made a comment that just made me laugh at one point. It was something along the lines of, I'm totally with you, man. So much I decided to capitalize random words for cool.
Oh, yeah, I remember. That was great.
That was great. And, the dude did not have a single person on his side. Because what I did after that was I went into the emulation and music sections and I changed it all around. So it was like, hey, looking for ROMs, huh? Well, despite what people... a lot of people emailing me about this thing. I don't owe you anything. So go find them yourself. Bunch of freeloaders.
Yeah. No, you know what? I try to be as accommodating as possible. Like when I used to do the ROM hack reviews, like I would leave a link for the ROM hack because it's just a ROM hack. It's not the game itself.
Right. I
would leave that in the description of the videos. And that's kind of why I stopped even doing them to begin with. Because I was just so pissed. I get really into stuff and then something touches it. Reality touches it. I'm like, you fucked my escape. I got a comment on one ROM hack link and I'm like, it's in the description. It's like, well, this fucking thing doesn't work. And I'm like,
Yeah.
It turns out that this guy was going back and forth with me because, one, he couldn't figure out how to do it. And then when I explained to him, like, look, man, get yourself Mezzin because just drop what you're using right now because Mezzin is the best.
Yeah.
Just straight up get Mezzin and then, just put the original one in and then drag and drop it over you. Patch it.
Mm-hmm.
It's as easy as that. Well, that's useless because you need to put the links up for the original ROMs as like the fuck I do.
Huh.
Like, no. And then it kind of came down to the same. What's the point of this if you're not even going to tell me how to get it? Is what it came down to. And I'm like, that's not my fucking job. I don't need, it's like Day of the Dead. I don't get paid enough for this shit. I don't get paid at all.
Exactly. It's like the occasional comment of, hey, nice site doesn't make up for the money you put in that you're never going to get back just so people can download the wares.
And believe me, that's not a thing saying that I expect money. This is my sanity project. Like, this is how I calm down from working and making my living.
Mm-hmm.
Like this is my unstressed thing. So it's like cool. It's like Arnold. I have my own money. Thank you. But it's like, but just to have somebody give me shit about that, I'm like, dude, no. And yes, Google is a really hard concept.
Billington,
1,000%.
Yeah. I also, it kind of, I'm not going to lie, I get a little self-conscious when someone says they've committed something on one of my sites to memory. So it's awesome that you did that with the trivia page. But I just remember the first time I saw someone had actually memorized my entire top 10 on the OPCFG. And it's like, are you kidding me? That's 100 freaking games. So it was like my top 100. So instead of just memorizing the top 10, he did the whole 100. I'm like, I'm a little weirded out now. I'm going to move. And yes, I do still have video chainsaw arms.
But yeah, that's the part where I'm like, look, we need to talk different subjects.
Yeah.
Like the one thing that I get the most heat about personally is Castlevania the Uncensored Edition. I have like the bar none best video that I have on the channel is no commentary playthrough of Super Castlevania 4 Uncensored. You have no idea how many people, not a whole lot, thankfully. I'd have to say the majority is like 95% that are just like, damn, that's crazy. I had one who commented, I reported this video for misleading because what's censored about this?
Oh, boy.
No, now I get it, because I was about to ask, what's so upsetting about a uncensored patch for Castlevania 4?
Well, that's the thing, is that they could what was uncensored about it, and I'm like, okay, maybe this could be somebody who just doesn't know. So this is why I don't just like flip my shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
But it's like, I'm like, look, there were censorship laws that were going on in between the companies. The Japanese version had crosses. The American didn't. Stage 8 to dungeon level, they changed it from blood to green.
Yep.
You know, and it's just like, well, you shouldn't call it's not uncensored. This is just the American version. Or then I have the super smart ones that are like, so basically the Japanese version.
Oh,
and I'm
boy.
like, it doesn't have the chain clink sound. I have to just, I just had to throw that one up there. I'm like, it's not quite the Japanese version. It's the
what
name
I found
of the
funny is that basically because of the current usage of uncensored, right? They were like, okay, there are sci-fi titties in here. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, right. That's what they're thinking. Is you know, you get to see Fred Astaire and Paula Abdul fucking dance floor instead of dancing. No, the reason why the video is titled Castlevania 4 Uncensored is because that is the name of the hack.
Yeah.
The guy that named it, go bitch at him.
Exactly. Also, Prime, you never told me about that. That's awesome.
I only read this stuff and think it must be awesome how you guys have conventions over here in the US. The way where I'm living here in Brazil, it's not really a convention center or something.
Well, you know what? You're not honestly. I'm sorry. You're really not missing out on much, because back in the day, it used to be about meeting people and occasionally networking.
Mm-hmm.
But even last year is a great example. TwitchCon was a clusterfuck. It was really bad. A famous streamer, she basically had some fucking guy walk up to her, like straight up, like just like bypassed everybody and just walked up to her and wrapped his arms. And I'm like, cool, that's a lawsuit. And then the majority of everything else is people just filming themselves at TwitchCon because they had to be seen.
I gotcha.
But no, it's wild. It's absolutely wild.
I got to say this too about that dude who came on and complained and told me to shut down the site. When he saw the changes I made to the music and the emulation pages, he came back in. He was so pissed off. And he was just like, oh, Rob handled this like a kid, you know, calling us all freeloaders, and no one's ever going to go to this site again, and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, so who is this nebulous we you speak of? Did I insult you personally? Was it a select group of friends and well-wishers? I mean, come on. Was it the people here on the forum? You tell me. And
Rob, are all these people friends
like the Big
of yours?
Lebowski, you know, the royal weed, the editorial.
Mm-hmm. And then
Rob, are all these people friends of yours? Friends and well-wishers, yes.
Exactly.
Hey, Bart.
And then I was like, I basically took his entire comment apart and just replied to piece. But he's like, I laugh at this. I also laugh at this because it amuses me. And at the end, I'm like, I'm currently playing you a tune on the world's smallest violin. Enjoy.
It's funny because when
Hey,
I started
Zavero.
out in the internet, I had this kind of presence where you in a way you guys are offering content, right? Like the patches and the information in West mentioned. So since I haven't had a site I've updated in a while, I really haven't had a lot of people come giving me shit. But the most recent one that happened that I thought was funny after the fact because I was trying to make a fan game project that died because the guy helping me couldn't help me anymore. And then it quite quietly died down. I continued to upload videos to my channel infrequently. And then out of nowhere, one day a guy comes in and he types a bunch of times the same sentence. Where's the project? Where's the project? Where's the project? Where's the project? And my
Wow.
first instinct was like to, kind of snap at the guy. But I waited 5 minutes and told the guy the following. Please explain to me first. Do you think that questioning me the same thing over and over would change the answer? You know? And the guy didn't come back. I was like, okay, did you think that just asking the same question 10 times in the same post will change the answer when I give it? What's the
Yes.
point?
No, you're supposed to drop what you're fucking doing.
And
My go-to at the end of the day is just change the name of the title of this video. You're not my real mom.
yeah, exactly. And Tristan, you're right. It's funny how entitled people feel to your legitimate hard work. I'm sure you've encountered that yourself. So, also welcome in,
But
Tristan.
you know what? But I also have to preface everything. Anybody that does stop by, whether it's here, like even me being here today, and you guys all comment thing. Anybody that ever stops by, I do truly appreciate every single person.
Oh,
I
yeah.
try my best to make everybody
Of
feel
course.
welcome, and I try my best to make everybody know that yes, I see you, and that my acknowledgement is not behind a paywall or anything.
Mhm.
But just don't tell me that you're going to report me for a misleading video when that's really the name of the thing. And then when I put a detailed thing in the description explaining all of the changes made and still carrying on about it, saying that I'm misleading people, I'm not going to really respond that well.
Yeah.
I don't think
Knowing
anybody would.
me, man, if I had people all the time complaining about the title of a video, like it happened to that ROM hack, I basically titled the video Castlevania Uncensored, and then all caps. This means now the blood is red.
You know,
But you know what? The thing is that I have grown
Yeah.
in the sense that, like, 10 years ago, I would have just been like, you know what? Fucking eat a bowl of fuck. But
Yeah.
nowadays, it's just like, look, I'm
Absolutely,
sorry that,
man.
hey, look, I'm sorry that this is not what you like. I appreciate you dropping by. Have a good one.
You know, I had
Absolutely.
something happen recently. There was a comment I made. You know, the Mega Splatterhouse project that is actually still going. It's,
Yes.
Well, back when Sega Lord X reviewed it, I left a comment on the video. It's like, hey, it's Rob, the guy that ran the, only Splatterhouse site online for like the past decade. And I just wanted to say, I'm involved in this as a tester. So most people are like, oh, cool, you're the dude from West Mansion, And then that was like, what, a year ago now. And then maybe a week ago, I see there's a comment down there. And this person's all like, you've done really good with Splatterhouse over the years, but that was a really rude and egotistical comment you made or some shit like that. I'm like, what? Just saying who I was,
Nothing wrong with saying I see you.
Yeah. And it's like, I just basically responded with a question mark. He threw shade and never bothered to come back and reply to me.
Most of
Yeah,
them
that's
don't.
a win, man.
Yeah.
Once you give him pushback,
I don't mean to cut you guys, but to go in a completely different tangent, but that's actually related to the 2010 remake. Did you see the video where the guy talked about how he pitched a movie adaptation to Namco, Rob?
Really?
You didn't see that?
I don't think I did. Not recently,
Do
anyway.
you know that it's probably the most recent video on Splatterhouse here on YouTube? It's the guy talking about the fan movies, right? Did you see that video? In the comments, a guy showed up and he said that when Namco was still doing the 2010 remake, he approached them, and you and Fatal might know the guy's name and might remind me. He said he had some guys who worked on special effects for, I think, a Nightmare on Elm Street Part 4 or something on his side, and he was real serious about it.
No, I didn't see that at all.
If you look up that video, I think you can find the comment very easily.
Okay.
But the guy in the video, I think you didn't see the video because in the video itself, the guy shows some of the storyboards. But the interesting thing is that this would be focused on Rick's brother.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if we need that kind of extended universe, but the guy's idea was, I think he wanted to expand the story after the 2010 remake and have Rick's brother also deal with some sort of mask or either the same terror mask.
That's okay.
I mean, it's funny because since I think the game wasn't out already, but all of the vibe I got from the storyboards, it really felt like it was something coming after the original trilogy, maybe even after one of the bad ends or something.
Yeah, if you can, link me the video.
Hang on, I want to find it.
Okay.
Just one second.
son of a while he's looking, son of a bitch, I see it right now.
Huh.
You've done a great job holding it down in the Splatterhouse. As an seated comment.
Yeah, and you see my response, don't you?
Yeah, just a question mark. I'm reading what you said. Rob from West Mansion, Splatterhouse fan site that's been around for 20 years. I'm here. I'm a tester. Which to me, reading that is, hey, I'm happy to talk about this.
Right.
Which 17 other people are just like, damn, this is awesome.
Yeah. And then this...
Well, straight up, it says throwaway, so it means that this is somebody who doesn't want to say who they are because they don't their channel and tell them to go kiss your ass.
I posted the video on the comments, Rob, and the segment starts around the 18-minute mark. I just remember that the guy who pitched the film, he actually came to the comments, I think.
And I do agree with Collector Guide right there. The occasional weird.
Oh, yes, they are.
Here's the thing, too, is that once again, growing up late 80s, throughout the 90s, gaming was not a popular thing, so you were always happy to see people who game, And there was never any of this console war bullshit going on. There was never, fuck you, you're a Genesis fan. It was, oh, cool, you had the better version of Aladdin, Or it was, oh, I don't have that, play that. And that's how you bonded with each other. It was the fact that you're so happy to see somebody else that was into it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like that stereotypical nerd thing that's been flowing around. And excuse me, I'm a pig. I just took a drink.
What's funny is that it wasn't ever anything like what people would think it was like, but at least here in Brazil, people did a lot of shit talk about console wars. You'd meet the guy in the rental store and the Super Nintendo version of Mortal Kombat, you guys just get shit, and then someone would say something that the Super Nintendo did better, but people didn't really come to blows or anything.
Yeah, but that was kind of natural though, because like when you were going to compare like Mortal Kombat, it's like ABBA's, Abacadabra,
Absolutely.
Of course you could compare it that way, or son of a bitch, I got the Shadow Run with the point and click interface. You got the top down cyberspace stuff.
Yeah.
Or it's like, no, I got the one with the point and click interface. Even though that theme song always made me think of Booker T's theme song for some reason.
Hey, Rodrigo, quick question for you. You said you put that link in the YouTube comments?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not going to show up there because only mods can post links.
Oh, okay. I'm going to put it on the Discord.
All right.
But see, look at that right there. I prefer Disney's Capcom Aladdin game by Flopper. See, that's cool.
Yeah.
And that right there is what it's all about. You didn't have this oh, fuck you, Sony Pony. Eat shit, Xbot.
Mm-hmm.
It's very, very weird. And just to tie a bow on that little tangent, I never really got a chance.
Because, as usual, the internet brings the worst in people.
Well, there's that, and also, I personally never experienced that stereotypical nerd. I never experienced my comic book man. Worst episode ever. I never, ever, ever saw that shit. And then, it isn't until really recently where there's become that you're going to find a comic book man out there.
Mm-hmm.
Where's my ROMs? Why'd you change this? Change the name of the video. And it's like, I don't get mad anymore. It's just like, look, I'm sorry that you didn't like it. I appreciate you dropping by. Have a good one. What are they going to say?
Like you said, man, isn't this the thing you do to unwind? This is your hobby.
Yeah.
This is how you de-stress, right?
If somebody is going to get mad and continue me after saying, "Hey, look, I'm sorry you didn't like it. Have a good one." I'm old. I'm tired. I'm not Rambo. Actually, you know what? I am Rambo. I already for shit. I just want to retire.
Oh, but man, that's the thing, because since I'm also in this kind of pop culture stuff, like I go to some specific forums to subjects I like. Every time I see people losing their shit in these places, I don't say it. I don't get involved. But I'm just like, dude, this was meant to be your hobby. This is how you de-stress. This is not how you stress yourself.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, it's just don't take it so seriously, folks.
Yeah, but you know what? Here is a good question just to bring it back. How do you think, with today's gaming culture, internet, everyone's a YouTuber, everyone's a game, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think, if we had today's gaming culture with the internet and all that shit, all those factors in place, back when Splatterhouse came out, how do you think these games would have held up?
That's a good question.
Want to go first, Rob?
That I don't know. My brain's kind of starting to turn to mush because it's actually a little after 1:30 where I am. So, but I think it would be a lot different.
I get the impression that it would have been positively received.
Again, that's a good question, and my brain's up to the challenge right now. Sorry.
No, I think that maybe there would be a bigger community. I think
it could be.
Now we can't tell for better or for worse.
Yeah,
you probably get a lot more cuckoos, but
it's so easy to look back in hindsight, and it's also so hard to look back when you try to compare things like that. I can just see the yellow text on the thumbnail. Splatterhouse 3 is woke.
Yeah. No kidding.
Yeah.
No, but what's funny, man? I stopped to think about it, and I think that maybe things wouldn't have changed much, because I think that, unfortunately, the biggest roadblock to Splatterhouse was really the lack of games,
Yeah.
Because after Splatterhouse 3 in '93, we really had nothing.
Yeah, it just ended. It was done.
I mean, that really was all she wrote.
No, really. Let's be honest here. That's also sometimes it's a blessing in disguise, right? Because one thing that really stuck to me, especially as I was writing my documentary, Splatterhouse really creeped a lot from slashers. And what happens to almost all slashers is that the plot becomes nonsense because it's the money first and the art second. Mm-hmm. And Splatterhouse is basically we're ending the story here, and there's something special about that, man. The story just knew when to stop,
Yeah, no, and I'd rather want and not get it than get more and be like, okay, I think we're done now. It's kind of like Resident Evil 6.
Yeah. And speaking of done, guys,
You're done.
Yeah, it's gotten past
right,
the point for me. So let me just go ahead. As much as I hate to cut this because I am really enjoying it, at the same time,
We all need our sleep.
I'm going to fall asleep. I think Mike already has fallen asleep. Notice he hasn't said much in the past hour.
Yeah,
really.
Like,
remember, Mike is here. He's just, I think he's asleep. But so
at the very least, we didn't just like get in the middle of a discussion and
yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to go ahead and drop a couple things. The next stream we have coming is our Evil Dead stream. We were supposed to do it. We were supposed to do it earlier in the month, but I had major internet problems. So, but it is coming. We're already set for that. We've been set for a while. I don't know if it's going to be next week or the week after that. It all depends on one of the guests who's going to be on it. But we are doing a stream devoted to everything Evil Dead.
I love it.
So,
including Splatterhouse.
Nope, just Evil Dead.
Everything Evil Dead, including Splatterhouse. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Is there going to be talk about Ash versus Evil Dead?
Absolutely.
1,000%.
Yep. I mean, we've got, on tap, we'll be discussing Evil Dead. We'll be discussing Evil Dead 2, Army of Darkness, Ash versus Evil Dead 2013, Evil Dead Rise, and even Within the Woods.
Ooh, there we go. Going back way.
Oh yeah, we got to talk about it Within the Woods.
So, you have
Rob,
to,
since
you
brought it up, Rob, did you ever see Bruce Campbell explaining why Sam Raimi won't release Within the Woods?
I think I did actually.
Said he doesn't want the world to look at his bare pimply ass.
Well, trust me, the version I've seen is in such bad shape that you can't even really tell.
Pretty much. But I think he meant that mostly in, it's so rough. It's like, looking at someone's bare butt.
It is rough.
Can I drop one Evil Dead anecdote really quick?
Sure.
Back when I was still doing the podcast shit where like me and a friend of mine were talking horror stuff, and we would interview people occasionally. Like we have a couple interviews like Tom Matthews where I had no idea
awesome, man.
Tommy Jarvis from Friday Part 6, we know Tom Matthews.
Holy shit, that's awesome.
I had no idea that Tom Matthews designed Ozzy Osbourne's house when they did the Osbournes.
No kidding.
Holy fuck.
We also interviewed fucking getting past that. We did an interview special effects for Evil Dead.
Really?
Nice.
He's still got the book, but he was we had a really nice time like talking just in depth about like his love for like Harryhausen stop motion and all that. Nice. And it just he was a really, really nice guy. And you could tell.
Was it Nicotero?
No, it wasn't Nicotero. It was Tom Sullivan.
Oh, right. Gotcha.
Yeah, no, he was a hell of a guy. And one of my burning questions was, because it sounded like they were feuding with one another. I'm talking, Bruce, because they did separate recordings for the audio commentary, and it seemed like they were kind of biting at one another. And he's like, they're best friends, but they're always bitching. Really cool guy.
That's awesome. I met Bruce myself once, but you'll hear more about that on the Evil Dead stream.
Yes, absolutely.
Nice. So, beyond that, if we don't do it this coming weekend, we'll have something else in its place, and it'll take place the following weekend. But it is coming. Sweet. We have a few other streams planned, but after the beginning of 2026, the amount of streams I'll be doing per month is going to be vastly reduced for a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do them at least once a week now. But after the beginning of the year, it's going to drop down to maybe one per month. Because I have work to do. As many people here know already, I am a writer, an author as it were. I have several books available right now. You can find the link to buy them right down in the description. So, buy my book is what Mike would say if he was here and not asleep. But
I'll give you a little plug.
okay.
Oh yes, the Macho Man Randy Savage, and I'm going to tell you something right now. You need to go and buy Rob's book. If you don't go and buy Rob's book right now, you and I are going to have a real bad problem.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yep.
What are you waiting for? Go out and buy it. Buy the book. Do it. Do it now. It's great.
Buy all 4 of them.
I was thinking of coming in the gym now.
I mean, Rob, you gotta reach for the stars, man. You know, buy 4 of them. Buy 2 copies. Buy one for you, one for your friends, one for your enemies. Because since you don't like them, you want them to be exposed to things they don't like.
Well, there's 4 books total, but I'm hoping to have that up to at least 6 sometime.
So I got to bust out the cash sheet to buy the book too. I'll threaten your audience.
Yeah. Hey, if you have to.
Get this through your head, you motherfucker, you. If you don't go out and buy these fucking books, I'm going to find you and I'm going to stick you in a hole in the fucking desert somewhere. You motherfucker, you.
Nice.
There you go. I just terrified your viewers.
I got 2 books I'm working on right now. One is my final video game memoir. I'm calling it The Age of Atari. However, that one has been kind of backburnered at the moment because I finally cracked a story that's been in the back of my head for like the past 6 years, 7 years almost. And when I realized that I'd cracked it, I immediately had to start writing it. And it's going to be my first work of fiction. Because everything else has been nonfiction so far.
Gotcha.
The book will be titled Nothing Man. And that's all I'm going to say about it.
I like the name of that.
Mm-hmm. And
Yeah, pretty catchy.
I will say one other thing, too. It is actually the first part of a duology. And I'm hoping once I get done writing Nothing Man, I just go right into the second book. So I can pick up from there. But I'm going to need time to do it. So...
Yeah. No, man, congratulations to you on the books, man.
Thanks. I appreciate you contributing to digital archaeology.
Oh, it was my pleasure. In all honesty, it was because it was one of those things where it's like, someone actually gives a shit enough about my opinion? That's awesome. You know?
Yeah.
I'm always looking for good stories. So.
It was a nice family story. Just 3 generations of Castlevania. We're like the Belmonts at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Well, with Nothing Man, I'm really hoping that it's something that finds an audience that that people will actually read this and be like, I can kind of identify with this. A lot of it's based on my own experiences. I've distilled a lot from my life, but the way I'm rearranging it, remixing it, and including all these new original characters and stuff, that's the unique part. I've never written anything like it before. So wish me luck.
You got this, dude.
Consider it done, man.
Excellent. All right. I'm not even sure what Mr. Nobody is. Anyway.
It must be related to Dr. Sleep.
That could be.
So, I mean, it's like, do we plug our channels before we go too? Or
absolutely. Go right ahead. Now, I've linked to both your YouTube channels in the comments. Or not the comments, the video description. But by all means, go ahead and say a piece about what you guys do.
Fatal actually has an established channel, so...
Rodrigo, go crazy. You got this first.
No, seriously, you go, man. Honestly, I don't even know what to say.
Do we have to flip a coin?
If I could say a couple words, I'd be a better speaker. See, now I got the opportunity. What do you call it? Yeah, so essentially, Collective is what you see in the chat thing, but the channel name is called the Shadow Moses Collective. Primarily what it's focused on is just, Christ, there's a variety of stuff. There's no commentary playthroughs of different things. I got a little playlist that I'm growing, Portable Ops, sticking with the Metal Gear theme, but we're playing through stuff like Game Boy, Game Gear. I'm currently scripting like old school style reviews where it was like a little comedic. Like you can kind of think back to ABGN, wear glasses and a white button-up shirt. There's live streams throughout the week. There's a bunch of stuff that goes on with the channel. What's going on? But at the very least, we keep things busy. We keep things casual. My general attitude and goal is to just kind of make you a YouTube channel, like a modern YouTube channel, where it's like, hey, what's going on, everybody? Blah, 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 blah. Be and all this other shit. It's like literally, I want you this house and we're talking about why the fuck is Gizmo the first and only gremlin, or is he the last survivor of a previous?
Yeah, I hate to tell you this, Fatal, but you're actually breaking up pretty bad.
Yeah, I thought it was just me. I wanted to be sure if.
What part did I start breaking up at?
A whole lot. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it! So I got to do it all over again. Shit. All right. So, anyways, Shadow Moses Collective. It's obviously a little bit themed around Metal Gear franchise because it's one of my favorite. But there's a huge variety of stuff that goes on the channel. There's silent gameplay videos. Breaking up is actually coming. It totally broke down, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, it broke less than the other times, but it did break out at like 5 seconds ago.
All right, so here we go. Let's try this one again. Third time's a charm, folks. You guys are just doing this because you want me to lose my... Now, one of my favorite and then break... son of a bitch. All right, so trying this again for the third time now. So, Shadow Moses Collective, it's essentially a retro-inspired YouTube channel. And when I say retro, I mean the games and the style and presentation of things. I want you to not feel like you're coming into a modern YouTube channel where it's like, hey, smash my buttons and hit the like button and all that shit. I like to try to go for a vibe where you're hanging out and we're playing video games from so many different areas and consoles of time. And we're sitting there debating, where did Gizmo come from? Was he the first Mogwai? Or did he come out of the water or some shit like that? And if he did come out of the water, so it's just, we like to keep things chill and we make you feel like we're coming back to as much retro shit as possible. Going back in the day.
Nice. You came
I
through.
I had nicer things to say, and the part where I flubbed it is the one that came.
Maybe we've heard this story before. There's a maniac loose in the woods.
That is absolutely
sharp
the one.
Objects and will murder.
So just to put a button on it, there's silent gameplay footage. There's streams. There's also essay style comedy of older games. I'm currently working on Night Trap. After that, I'm going to be doing Clock Tower, potentially Resident Evil, and a couple other shit shingles here and there. So, it's just we keep things casual, but we don't keep things where, there's too much crazy shit going on.
Okay.
Nice.
Now I'm done.
All right. So, my channel is named in Portuguese, so it's going to be real hard for anyone to remember it, but it's Ácido Cinza. It's pretty infrequently updated because I never know what the hell I'm going to do with my channel. I don't really have many fixed projects. The biggest one finished right now is the Splatterhouse documentary. And besides that, I'm currently working on a Castlevania-inspired game called Night Stalkers. And I think I'm going to start uploading gameplay footage before I release the first demo, which I really trying to release way before the end of the year. But, I don't know if that's going to pan out. But it's mostly done, at least one level. I guess the biggest draw for it is that it actually has pixel art cutscenes like the Sega CD and the PC Engine. So, you guys take a look over there. Maybe you're gonna like what you see. And I want to make more videos, but the problem is that between making a game, working, and trying to make more videos, you basically don't even have time to breathe. So, I have to see how this pans out.
Mm-hmm. And I believe I fixed the links. Prime said they were 404 before, but I think they should be working now. If not, I'll fix them again.
Gotcha.
We'll do it live.
Before I forget, I really want to thank everybody who showed up in the chat and interacted with us.
Oh,
really
absolutely.
appreciate you guys coming here.
I always appreciate everybody who shows up. Whether you're
Legit,
a first time or you've been here supporting the channel for who knows how long now, by all means. Go ahead, Phil.
Not to sound asinine or conceited or anything.
Yeah,
I'm joking.
Exactly. You went blank there for a second. That's why I didn't respond immediately.
Yeah.
Oh, no, seriously, thank you guys so much for having me on and listening to me ramble endlessly. I appreciate you guys being so kind. I appreciate everybody in the chat being so welcoming. You guys are all awesome. I love coming here.
And to close, I'm going to read you a little section of a story that I mentioned earlier from way back earlier in the stream, where I'd actually included something from Splatterhouse 2010. And it's actually a Strider story. So basically, it starts off with a couple of different characters from different games. They've gone to the Splatterhouse world to go ahead and find Rick. They need his help. And instead, they just get attacked by everything. So starts off with a shed near the mansion, and you get two pair of eyes that are watching what's going on. But technically, it's just one pair, but what they were seeing were being sent to two very different individuals. Two individuals forever connected, at least for the foreseeable future. I don't believe it. One voice came. Hinjo, Ray, and Bubsy and Arrow. What the devil are they doing here? Getting themselves killed is my guess. Another deeper voice answered, a voice with more than a hint of sarcasm and bloodlust intertwined. I haven't seen them in years. I wonder what they want. Why waste time asking stupid questions? The deeper voice retorted. It's time for a little killing. The deeper voice chuckled as he saw the slew of monsters racing out of the forest towards the group. Make that a lot of killing. A huge, immensely muscled form stepped out of the shed. On the figure's face was a mottled gray and white mask, seemingly carved out of bone. Bright green eyes glowed from within the eye holes. He cracked his knuckles and reached back into the shed and pulled out a massive rusty chainsaw. Come on, Rico, the deeper voice urged as a muscled hand grabbed the ripcord on the chainsaw. Let's show your buddies why we call this Splatterhouse. The end.
Nice.
Yeah, I just felt like throwing that out there. That was just a thing I did it as a goof on a forum, but it got pretty well received. So,
hey man, anything that throws shade at Hinjo is fine by me. But he's trying a comeback, so I'm not gonna say anything if he aged poorly.
Well, I'll just say, as at the end of the story, Hinjo is no more. He dies fighting his father, Matic.
Maddox, seriously?
Yeah.
Yes, man. He could have done better than that, couldn't he?
That boy's mama must have been a woman desperate to get laid. And who was Hinjo's mother? He doesn't know. Matic makes a joke about a drunken night with Miss Pac-Man, but then laughs when Hinjo actually believes him. But that's a story for another time. So, again... Oh, Bubsy totally has trauma now. I don't spare anything when it comes to him and Arrow just getting like completely blood-soaked and chased around by ravenous monsters or alien soldiers and stuff like that.
I mean, you can't get any more Bubsy than him standing right out the West Mansion and going, what could possibly go wrong before he goes inside?
Yeah. So.
What could possibly go wrong? I'll fucking show you.
Exactly.
Pretty much.
Well, at least he doesn't get shouted down like Awesome Possum did earlier in the story. He was probably traumatized because of what happened to him in my story. Anyway.
You know what? It serves him right for all the trauma that he induced on anybody that played any of his goddamn games.
Got that right. So, all right. Well, we're calling it, folks. So, all right. Hopefully,
have a good night, folks.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good one.
Have
See
a
you
good
guys
day.
next time.
Yeah, hopefully we will. Have a fun.
A winner is you.